Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We're here to bring you more live coverage of the situation in the Middle East. We have a live shot there of the Israeli-Lebanon border and a live shot of Tel Aviv, Israel, as Israel and the world continues to wait for an anticipated attack by Iran on Israel and an attack by Hezbollah on Israel. Neither has happened yet. They might happen at the same time, they might not. Iran and Hezbollah are expected to attack Israel. They have said they're going to attack Israel in response to a couple of assassinations that happened a couple weeks ago. The political head of Hamas was assassinated while visiting Tehran, Iran, and the top commander in Hezbollah was assassinated in southern Beirut. Israel said they killed the Hezbollah commander. They have not confirmed or denied carrying out the assassination in Tehran, Iran, but it is widely believed that they did. So we are here to bring you live updates and take your comments and questions on the air, and we'll have to just see what happens today. And I appreciate you guys being here and joining the stream. And thanks so much to all of the our moderators. We have Ruth Krafasi moderating. Thank you, Ruth. And Linda Belk and Larry over there on X. And we have on Twitch Papa Bear and Surly Dev and Idaho Star. Thank you. And we have also Charlotte Webb moderating there on Facebook. Thank you. If you've watched these streams, you know we will also be covering various other news events. We've actually been spending a bunch of time on these streams covering other news events as well. So we'll be talking about the situation in Russia and other things. Okay. Let's see here. Give me a moment here. All right, I want to give you an update that came out a little while ago from Israeli reporter Barak Ravid. I want to show you that. Samantha Oswald says, "Wonder what will happen today." So Barak Ravid, who is an Israeli reporter who does reporting for a number of outlets, he posted this a short while ago. He said, U.S. Secretary of State Blinken has postponed his trip to the Middle East and won't travel to the region tonight as planned due to the uncertainty about the situation, per two sources. Also, 2 U.S. officials told me they do not expect an Iranian attack today. Kind of two different types of pieces of news. I mean, if Blinken canceling his trip to the Middle East makes you think, well, they must think that something is going to happen soon if he's canceling his trip. But you have 2 U.S. officials told me they do not expect an Iranian attack today. Now, something about that second point. They do not expect an Iranian attack today. But does that apply to a Hezbollah attack? Because Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy group, but they're not Iran. Hezbollah is in Lebanon. So, and Iran is surely in contact with Hezbollah. So I don't know if the assessment that they do not expect an Iranian attack today also applies to Hezbollah. There's been reporting suggesting that Hezbollah might respond separately from Iran. There's been reporting suggesting that Hezbollah might respond before Iran. So I don't know if when the U.S. officials tell Barak Ravid they do not expect an Iranian attack today, is that meant to apply to Hezbollah as well as Iran or not? And I do think it's significant that Secretary of State Blinken has apparently canceled his trip or postponed his trip. Hang on a second here. Oops, hold on. Uh-oh. There we go. Hang on one moment here. Karine Amos, our viewer, says, I don't think the U.S. knows what's going on. Yeah, there's so many different reports over the last couple weeks that I don't know that anyone has a great idea of what's going to happen. I kind of take everything with a grain of salt. Polly Skywalker says they probably don't want to take the risk of being so close now to an attack and getting caught up in one. Again, Barak Ravid reports that Secretary of State Blinken has postponed his trip to the Middle East and will not travel to the region tonight as planned due to the uncertainty about the situation, per two sources. Two U.S. officials told me, he says, they do not expect an Iranian attack today. I do not know if that applies to a Hezbollah attack or not. Beats me. Marty Swanson says, I know they will take all precautions they can, but this would not be a good time to have a high-ranking person from an Israeli ally in that region. Civlap says, something tells me not everyone in Iran is on board with the proposed plan. So we're going to bring you updates. I will bring you the latest that I hear. We're going to be taking your comments and questions. Brenda says, the waiting and not knowing is the worst. Aaron Hillebrush says maybe Blinken knows Israel is going to do a preemptive strike. I have been consistent in saying I do not think Israel will do a preemptive strike. It would definitely escalate things. It might invite a bigger response from Iran and Hamas. I think Iran and Hezbollah, I think it would really, really upset Israel's allies like the U.S. who want to not have conflict in the Middle East. And I don't see the great benefit that Israel would get by a preemptive strike that would balance out the negatives of it. That's just my opinion. I'm not sure I'm right, but I would be really surprised if there was an Israeli preemptive strike. Bradley Keith Hyman thinks they're going to wait till close to the election. That would be a long time. That would be a long time. I would be surprised. You never know, but I would be surprised if in a couple weeks nothing has happened yet. You never know, but let me Let's see a couple things here. If there are any rocket alerts, we will certainly tell you about those. I saw another report I wanted to share with you. If you give me a moment here, I will pull it up here. Hey, quick thanks, by the way, to Sigmund Fraud for your support. Did I read Sigmund's comment already? Sigmund said, I'm starting to think no one in the West has any idea what Iran is going to do. Thank you to Jeff for your support. Thank you, Paul Barnard. I appreciate that, Paul. Thanks to our member, Thorn Ravenstar. Thanks, Thorn. Thanks, Karine Amos. Thank you, Karine. Oh, yeah. I'm behind on my messages. I'll write myself a note, Karine. Thank you. I'm kind of behind on everything because we've been so busy here. Ramon Van Ziel. Thanks for being a member. A Moment of Lovely, thanks for your support. Justin Rochkin, thanks for your support. Roxy Stone, thanks for becoming a member. There's a couple stories out today, which, you know, again, there's all these different stories about what's going to happen. So I don't really put too much weight on any of them. But, you know, there's one story that suggests maybe Iran will wait for the negotiations. And there's other stories that suggest that maybe they won't. And it's like, you know, who knows? We just don't know. And so let me show you a couple of these stories here. Okay, this is one from AP. Iran rejects European leaders' call to refrain from any retaliatory attacks. So let me read you this from Associated Press. Iran rejected a call today by 3 European countries urging it to refrain from any retaliatory attacks that would further escalate regional tensions. Iran calls it an excessive request. The leaders of Britain, France, and Germany, in a joint statement yesterday, asked Iran and its allies to refrain from retaliation for the killing of Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran last month. Iran has blamed Israel. The European leaders also endorsed the latest push by mediators from Qatar, Egypt, and the U.S. to broker an agreement to end the Israel-Hamas war. Talks are expected to resume Thursday. And they called for the return of scores of hostages held by Hamas and the unfettered delivery of humanitarian aid to Gaza. Mediators have spent months trying to get the sides to agree to a three-phase plan in which Hamas would release the remaining hostages captured in the October 7th attack in exchange for Palestinians imprisoned by Israel, and Israel would withdraw from Gaza. So again, Iran rejected a call today by 3 European countries urging it to refrain from any retaliatory attacks that would further escalate regional tensions. Iran calls it an excessive request. But also there's this story. Reuters, only Gaza ceasefire can delay Iran's Israel response, say Iranian officials. So does this mean they're going to wait for the talks on Thursday? I don't know. Reuters says only a ceasefire in Gaza, stemming from hoped-for talks this week, would hold Iran back from direct retaliation against Israel for the assassination of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh on its soil, 3 senior Iranian officials said. Now, just to be clear, this is not the official statement of the Iranian government. This is some Iranian officials saying this to Reuters. So this is not their official policy. Like I said, it's really hard to say exactly what's going on. Iran has vowed a severe response to Haniyeh's killing, which took place as he visited Tehran late last month, and which it blamed on Israel. Israel has neither confirmed nor denied its involvement. The U.S. Navy has deployed warships and a submarine to the Middle East to bolster Israeli defenses. One of these sources, says Reuters, a senior Iranian security official, said Iran, along with allies such as Hezbollah, would launch a direct attack if the Gaza talks fail or if it perceives Israel is dragging out negotiations. The sources did not say how long Iran would allow for talks to progress before responding. So this story makes it sound like Iran's going to wait for these talks to start. Now, and Hezbollah's going to wait. Is that true? I have no idea. I don't know. But again, according to one of the Reuters sources, a senior Iranian security official said Iran, along with allies such as Hezbollah, would launch a direct attack if the Gaza talks fail or if it perceives Israel is dragging out negotiations. The sources did not say how long Iran would allow for talks to progress before responding. With an increased risk of broader Middle East war after the killings of Haniyeh and Hezbollah commander Fuad Shukr, Iran has been involved in intense dialogue with Western countries and the United States in recent days on ways to calibrate retaliation, said the sources, who all spoke on condition of anonymity due to the sensitivity of the matter. So these sources are saying that Iran has been talking to Western countries and the U.S. about ways to calibrate retaliation. In comments published today, the U.S. ambassador in Turkey confirmed that Washington was asking allies to help convince Iran to de-escalate tensions. 3 regional government sources described conversations with Tehran to avoid escalation ahead of the Gaza ceasefire talks, due to begin on Thursday in either Egypt or Qatar. By the way, let me say this about the ceasefire talks. There's been ceasefire talks going on for months. I'm not aware that these are some super special ceasefire talks that, like, they were not even planned, I believe, until last week. Certainly these ceasefire talks did not get set up until after the assassinations. So this talk about these ceasefire talks, like they're these magical ceasefire talks that everyone's been looking forward to that are finally going to solve this issue, I don't have reason to think that. I mean, maybe they'll surprise me. My opinion on the ceasefire has always been, if both sides wanted a ceasefire, there would have been a ceasefire already. So I would be shocked if a ceasefire came from these talks, but I'd be pleasantly surprised. I'd be happy about it. But I just you might think the way they're talking about this, that these talks have been prepared for months and that these are the big talks everybody was looking forward to. No, that's not the case at all. They weren't even on the books until like last week. So again, it's not like if Iran did something this week, everyone would be like, oh my gosh, you blew up the ceasefire talks that everybody was looking forward to for 4 months. It's not going to be the way it is. So anyways, I just want to just get a little context about these ceasefire talks. Let's see here. Iran's mission to the UN last week, they were asked, Iran's mission to the UN last week commented on whether an Iranian response might interfere with the ceasefire talks. Now, one of the comments they made was, if I can find it here, they had said something like it's two different issues. Can't find it right here. Anyways. But this Reuters article says, it repeats that a few days ago, the Iran's mission to the UN said, "We hope our response will be timed and executed in a way that does not harm a potential ceasefire." They had said Friday. Yesterday, White House spokesperson John Kirby yesterday said something could happen as soon as this week by Iran and its proxies. That is a U.S. assessment as well as an Israeli assessment. Also, Hamas has cast doubt on whether the ceasefire talks would even go ahead with them. They said, I think 2 days ago, a statement that suggested they might not even show up to the ceasefire talks. Israel and Hamas have had several rounds of talks in recent months without agreeing to a final ceasefire. In Israel, says Reuters, many observers believe a response is imminent, about to happen, after Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, said Iran would harshly punish Israel for the strike in Tehran. The Israeli defense minister said, "We are closely following what happens in Beirut and Tehran, and we are working to thwart any possible threat while also preparing for a variety of offensive options." Reuters says Iran's regional policy is set by the elite Revolutionary Guards who answer only to Khamenei, the country's top authority. Iran's relatively moderate new president, Masoud Pezeshkian, has repeatedly reaffirmed Iran's anti-Israel stance and its support for resistance movements across the region since taking office last month. Meir Litvak, a senior researcher at Tel Aviv University's Alliance Center for Iranian Studies, said he thought that Iran would put its needs before helping its ally Hamas, but that Iran also wanted to avoid a full-scale war. He said, this expert says, the Iranians never subordinated their strategy and policies to the needs of their proxies or proteges. An attack is likely, says this expert, and almost inevitable, but I don't know the scale and the timing. Iran-based analyst Saeed Leylaz said the Iran's leaders were now keen to work toward a ceasefire in Gaza to obtain incentives, avoid an all-out war, and strengthen its position in the region. Leylaz said Iran had not previously been involved in the Gaza peace process, but was now ready to play a key role. Iran, two of the sources said, was considering sending a representative to the ceasefire talks. However, they said the representative would not directly attend the meetings, but would engage in behind-the-scenes discussions to maintain a line of diplomatic communication with the U.S. while negotiations proceed. Two senior sources close to Lebanon's Hezbollah said Iran would give the negotiations a chance, but would not give up its intentions to retaliate. A ceasefire in Gaza would give Iran cover for a smaller symbolic response, one of the sources said. Here's a little more analysis from this Reuters article, then I'll take some comments from you guys. Reuters says Iran has not publicly indicated what would be the target of an eventual response to the Haniyeh assassination. Back in April, on April 13th, 2 weeks after Iranian generals were killed in a strike, on April 13th, 2 weeks after 2 Iranian generals were killed in a strike on Tehran's embassy in Syria, Iran unleashed a barrage of hundreds of drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles towards Israel, damaging 2 air bases. Almost all of the weapons were shot down before they reached their targets. Farzin Nadimi, senior fellow with the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, said, Iran wants its response to be much more effective than the April 13th attack. Nadimi said such a response would require a lot of preparation and coordination, especially if it involved Iran's network of allied armed groups opposing Israel and the U.S. across the Middle East, with Hezbollah the senior member of the so-called Axis of Resistance, that along with Iraqi militias and Yemen's Houthis have harried Israel since October 7th. 2 of the Iranian sources told Reuters that Iran would support Hezbollah and other allies if they launched their own responses to the killings of Haniyeh and Hezbollah's top military commander Fuad Shukr, who died in a strike in Beirut the day before Haniyeh was killed in Iran. The sources did not specify what form such support could take. So, just again, I think it's very important to keep this in mind. We're hearing a lot of stuff, a lot of stories talking about what Iran might do, but don't forget about what Hezbollah might do. Hezbollah is a powerful group supported by Iran. They're a paramilitary group, but also a political party in Lebanon, right on the border with Israel. Israel assassinated one of their top general 2 weeks ago. They have said they're going to retaliate. So you might have Iran hold off for a while Hezbollah strikes sooner. I don't know, but that's something to keep in mind. Quick thanks, by the way, to Frida Bhatti. Is that who I think it is? I don't know if it is. Thank you, Frida Bhatti. Also, thank you, Andrew Minkst. Andrew, we are covering other things. If people who've watched this coverage know, I frequently talk about other news stories during these broadcasts. Thank you also, PK, for your support. PK thinks, I don't think either side is interested in peace. Hamas for obvious reasons, but Israel is killing anyone who sits across the negotiating table. I don't know if they're killing anyone, but Israel did kill, presumably, Haniyeh, who was the head negotiator in the peace talks for Hamas. Thank you, PK, for your support. Thank you, Kelly Smith. Yeah, Kelly, we talked about that report from Institute for the Study of War yesterday, and that report, I don't know who they were quoting, but both Israeli and, as I just meant, thank you, by the way, Kelly Smith, for your support, I appreciate it. John Kirby, White House spokesman, said yesterday, something could happen as soon as this week by Iran and its proxies. This is a U.S. assessment as well as an Israeli assessment. I don't know that the U.S. said it was highly likely that it would happen this week. I'll have to look again. We read that report yesterday. Oh no, that was it was an Axios report. I don't even know if I saw that report in Axios yesterday, where they said the word likely. Let me see if I can find that. What report was that? Here. Maybe I posted about that yesterday. I can't remember all these different reports about what's going to happen. There's more and more every day. I forget which ones came out and what they said and when they were. All right. What came out yesterday? So there was an Axios story that came out yesterday, that said the Israeli intelligence community's updated assessment is that Iran is poised to attack Israel directly in retaliation for the assassination of Hamas's political leader in Tehran and is likely to do so within days. Two sources told Axios. But then later in the day, Axios's Barak Ravid said his sources were telling him it wasn't going to happen last night. And now Barak Ravid is reporting that two American sources told him they don't expect an Iranian attack today. So we're hearing some shifting. Again, every day we hear different things. I don't really know what's going to happen. I think the most I can say is we don't know what's going to happen. Thank you, Kelly Smith. I look forward to the Institute for the Study of War's new briefing today. Maybe we'll look at their one from yesterday again. We talked about that last night. Thank you. Thank you also, Crystal Dahlberg for being a member and Angel Omar Marino for being a member. And Joanna Van Dyke, I will be checking my messages. Thank you, Joanna, for your support. Yeah, we will talk about Ukraine during the broadcast, as we have done the last few days. Jesse's Girlson says, every day is a new story, but closer to war. One of our viewers mentioned a Pentagon briefing. Maybe we'll show some of the Pentagon briefing. Hang on a moment. Thanks for letting me know about that. I can maybe pull that up here for you. If you give me a second, guys. If you just give me a second, we can watch the start of the Pentagon briefing. That's a good idea. Good idea, viewers. I'm going to pull this. Whoa. I'm going to put the Pentagon briefing up somewhere. I'm going to make it kind of small, and I'll put it up in the corner. Let's do that. That sounds like a good idea. We got to make this smaller here. Make this a lot smaller. We'll put it right there. How about there? We'll put it there. Right there. We're going to play the Pentagon briefing in the corner there. How does that sound? Thanks for letting me know about that. I appreciate it. I didn't realize. The Pentagon briefing is supposed to start in any time now. As soon as it starts, I'll put on the volume. David thinks Iran looks weak. Her says, not going to happen. Iran is afraid. Tom Smith over on X says, unless Iran actually retaliates, they will look weak in the eyes of the regime supporters. It's a lose-lose situation. Again, we're waiting for the Pentagon briefing to start. Any moment now, we will bring you live coverage of that. I'm just checking for any updates here before the Pentagon briefing starts. In case you missed it, in case you missed it, Barak Ravid reported, Secretary of State Blinken has delayed his trip to the Middle East and won't travel to the region tonight as planned due to the uncertainty about the situation, per two sources. Two U.S. officials told me, he says, they do not expect an Iranian attack today. I don't know if that applies to a Hezbollah attack. I also don't know if that's going to end up being true. We'll have to see. Watchmen think something will happen tonight. Retro Replay says Iran is too scared, all talk. Again, as soon as the... Oh, here we go. Pentagon briefing, Pentagon briefing, Pentagon briefing. Hold on. Sound.
And then I'll get right to your questions. First, on a topic that I know all of you are following closely, the Department of Defense continues to closely monitor the situation in the Middle East. As you've heard Secretary Austin say, the U.S. remains intensely focused on de-escalating tensions in the region, while also remaining focused on securing a ceasefire as part of a hostage deal to bring all of the hostages home and to end the war in Gaza. Now, during a phone call on Sunday to Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, the Secretary reiterated the United States' commitment to take every possible step to defend Israel and noted the strengthening of U.S. military force posture and capabilities throughout the Middle East in light of escalating regional tensions. Reinforcing this commitment, Secretary Austin ordered the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, equipped with F-35C fighters, to accelerate its transit to the Central Command area of responsibility, adding to the capabilities already provided by the USS Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group. Additionally, the Secretary ordered the USS Georgia guided missile submarine to the Central Command region. These U.S. military force posture adjustments are designed to improve U.S. force protection, to increase our support for the defense of Israel, and to ensure the United States is prepared to respond to a wide variety of contingencies. During their call, Secretary Austin and Minister Gallant also discussed Israel's operations in Gaza and the importance of mitigating civilian harm, progress towards securing a ceasefire and the release of hostages held in Gaza, and our efforts to deter aggression by Iran, Lebanese Hezbollah, and other Iran-aligned groups across the region. Switching gears, Secretary Austin hosted Brunei's Minister of Defense, Penin Halbi, here at the Pentagon earlier today. They discussed the defense partnership between our two nations and celebrated the finalization of key agreements to enhance logistics and security assistance. Both leaders emphasized their commitment to strengthening U.S.-Brunei ties and to supporting their shared vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific. A readout of the meeting will be posted to defense.gov later today. And finally, the department announced yesterday the launch of the DoD Housing Feedback System, an initiative designed to enhance transparency and accountability in DoD privatized military housing. The system opens an additional high-visibility communication channel for active duty service members and their authorized dependents living in privatized military housing to submit public feedback related to the condition of their current housing unit and to receive a response from their privatized landlord. The system is intended to augment, not replace, existing processes for submitting maintenance work order requests. Privatized military housing residents should continue to submit work order requests through their community's property manager or other regular channels to receive corrective action for maintenance issues. The Department of Defense has a moral obligation to ensure that the spaces where our service members and their families live are healthy, functional, and resilient. This new feedback system is a critical step to ensuring transparent and timely responses to occupants' concerns and aligns with Secretary Austin's priority to take care of our people. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. We'll start with Associated Press. Lita.
Thank you, Pat. Can you give us a quick update on the injuries in Syria? There weren't a lot of details initially. I was sort of hoping you had a bit more detail on numbers and extent of the injuries, and then I have a couple little on your Middle East update.
Sure. As you know, as we highlighted earlier, there were ongoing medical evaluations after that attack. Following the attack, out of an abundance of caution, 8 service members were transported to a separate location for further assessment and evaluation. All 8 received treatment for TBI and smoke inhalation. 3 of those service members have returned to duty while the others remain under observation. But according to CENTCOM, none of the injuries are life-threatening.
Okay, good. And then just on your Middle East update, can you tell us if the F-A-18s have returned to the carrier now that the F-22s are in place? And does the Secretary intend to keep 2 carriers? I know this has been asked. I didn't know if maybe you had a more firm answer on that. Keep 2 carriers in the region for any extended period of time.
Yeah, I don't have any specific updates that I'm able to share right now, Lita, in terms of the locations of the F-18s. As you know, they are in theater, obviously, as part of the Theodore Roosevelt Strike Group. Certainly we'll keep you updated on that. In terms of the ABE coming into the AOR, I'm just not going to be able to get into timelines in terms of potential overlap. Again, as we've highlighted, the Secretary has ordered that carrier to accelerate to get to the CENTCOM AOR, and it will add to the capabilities that we have in the region.
Right. I think there's just a little bit of confusion on the word accelerate also. I mean, it goes at a certain speed. Is he cutting out a port call, or is he asking it to somehow go faster?
It's going to move, with all haste to get to the AOR, again, to provide this additional capability and capacity. Okay. Lucas, welcome to the briefing room.
Thank you, General Ryder. Appreciate that. Under what circumstances would U.S. forces launch an attack on Iran?
So look, our focus is on de-escalating the situation. We have put these additional capabilities into the region to enable us, as I highlighted, to protect our forces, but also to support the defense of Israel should it be attacked. I'm not going to speculate or get into hypotheticals on when and if Iran launches an attack or one of their proxies launches an attack. Their public comments have been very clear, so we need to take those seriously. But our focus is on de-escalating tensions, working on enabling that ceasefire and getting these hostages returned home.
But isn't it important at this critical time in history that you send a very clear signal to Iran that if they launch a major attack on Israel and or its proxies, the U.S. military will attack Iran? Don't you need to send a clear signal about what Iran, if they do it, if they cross it, you will attack them?
I think we are sending an extremely clear signal, which is that we are going to support the defense of Israel as evidenced by the capabilities that, 1, we already retain in the region, and 2, the additional capabilities that we're flowing into the CENTCOM and EUCOM AOR.
Real quick on Lincoln. The Secretary has ordered Lincoln to the Middle East twice now in the past, in over 10 days. The first time was 2 days after the Hamas leader was killed outside in Tehran. The second time was on Sunday, as you mentioned. Where was the sense of urgency for Lincoln to get to the Middle East? Lincoln was just doing an exercise with the Italian Navy on Friday. If it was so urgent for Lincoln to get to the Middle East, why did you need the second set of orders?
Well, Lucas, as a former naval officer yourself, you understand the complexities and intricacies associated with managements of large fleets around the world. And the bottom line is, again, as evidenced by the capabilities that we are surging into the region, we will have a variety of capacity and capability to respond to various contingencies. Again, the focus is on de-escalating the situation, protecting our forces, and supporting the defense of Israel. And we'll continue. And this is not a Lucas Tomlinson press conference, so I'm going to go over to Idris.
If you do this, launch this major attack, the U.S. military will strike back. Why can't you just clearly say that?
I think we've been very clear that we're going to support the defense of Israel, and I'm not going to speculate about potential future attacks by Iran. Idris.
Just a request first. I think Task and Purpose had an interview with General Vowell, OIR commander. If it would be possible to get him in the briefing room, or maybe General Kurla, to sort of talk about the force posture adjustment, I think that'd be
We've got to get the T-walls set up, though, first before we can do that.
It's on you.
Yeah.
Just on the Lincoln, though, was there a written order given to the crew of the Lincoln regarding the latest ordering or accelerating?
Look, I'm not going to get into the specifics of how the Department of Defense transmit orders to its units. The bottom line is the Secretary has ordered the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group to accelerate its deployment to the CENTCOM AOR, and I'm just going to leave it at that.
I think what we're confused about is, what does that mean? Because if you give an order saying going somewhere, presumably they're going as fast as they can. And what it sounds like is maybe this was more public messaging than an actual legitimate military order.
It's a legitimate military order, and it's accelerating on its mission to get to the CENTCOM AOR. And again, I'm not going to get into the in-between of when the initial order was given and what they may or may not have been doing in between then, other than to say, again, I think you need to take a step back and look at what we're attempting to do here, which is to de-escalate tensions in the region, ensure that our commanders that are in the region have the capabilities and capacity to respond to a variety of threats.
Actually say it is now going to arrive in CENTCOM earlier than it was previously.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into the specifics of the deployment timelines.
It's like the confusion it's causing, right?
It's not confusing to me. It's accelerating. So, yes, sir.
Thank you, General. Would it be a fair assessment to say that Israel cannot defend itself on its own, and that's why they need the U.S. military support in the region against Iran and its proxies?
Well, the U.S. and Israel have shared a long-standing security relationship, and we've been very clear, even before October 7, on the U.S. support for Israel, supporting its qualitative military edge, but also post-October 7 have been very, very clear in terms of our ironclad support for the defense of Israel. And so, as you saw on April 13, when Iran conducted its unprecedented attack, the United States, true to its word, supported the defense of Israel.
Just one more. So is this a just-in-case situation, or is this military support indispensable? Because you've got the F-35s, F-22s, F-18s, 16s, 15s, the warships, the air defense systems, the troops, everything, like, the whole 9 yards. Is this just in case or indispensable?
Well, again, I'd go back to what I said at the top. And I think it's important not to look at the individual parts, but look at what it is that we're trying to do here, which is deter a wider regional conflict, prevent a regional war in a very tense Middle East, with Iran threatening to retaliate and to use potentially overwhelming force. And we, again, have been very clear in our commitment to aid in the defense of Israel. No one wants to see escalation. No one wants to see a wider regional conflict. So, hopefully we don't find ourselves in a situation of having to employ those capabilities. But if we need to in the defense of Israel, we will. And so just leave it there. Charlie.
Yes, whatever term we want to use in terms of accelerating, it's still going to take a while, 7 to 10 days. I know you want to talk about timelines, but perhaps more urgently, and something that's already in the neighborhood, is the submarine. The fact that it was announced, what does it bring to this fight?
It's a nuclear-powered guided missile submarine. Provides, again, additional capabilities to the commanders, the U.S. commanders in the region, in terms of not only supporting the defense of Israel, but also protecting our forces. And again, the message here is deterring potential aggression. It's not unprecedented that we will highlight the movement of submarines. But again, it's important to look at this in the context of the broader U.S. military force posture in the region, which is to help protect our forces, support the defense of Israel, and again, deter aggression and aim to de-escalate the situation.
Capable of carrying as many as 175 Tomahawk cruise missiles?
Look, the United States military is the most powerful in the world. We have these capabilities, and again, I'm not going to belabor the point, but the goal here is to de-escalate the situation and ensure that we can support the defense of Israel should we need to do that. Janie.
Thank you, General. 2 questions. On the establishment of the strategic command, does the Pentagon support the completion of the establishment of the South Korean military strategic command? And I have another. And can we expect the establishment of the U.S. ROK, integrated strategic command?
Certainly that's a decision for the Republic of Korea to make, to determine whether or not they stand up a strategic command. As it relates to that new organization, as I understand it, it will primarily interact with U.S. Forces Korea, which is how the U.S. military interacts with the Republic of Korea. But as you know, we are close allies, and we will continue to work together very closely when it comes to the defense of the peninsula and broader regional security and stability throughout the Indo-Pacific.
One more. North Korea attended Russia's advanced weapons exhibition, and Iran and China also are participating in this exhibition. What are your concerns about the expansion of arms cooperation between North Korea and Russia, and the cooperation between Iran and China with Russia?
Well, I'm not going to comment on the weapons expo per se, but we, again, closely monitor these relationships and do have concerns, particularly as it relates to Russia, as it seeks to procure arms and munitions from these countries to support its war against Ukraine. So it's something that we're going to continue to keep a close eye on. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, General. 2 questions on Syria. There were reports about a drone attack on the Iranian-backed groups in Syria, which a war monitor reported that 5 members of this pro-Iranian militia killed in Deir al-Zur this Sunday. Were the U.S. engaged in this?
I don't have anything on that.
On the same issue, I'm sure you're following the conflicts between Syrian Democratic Forces and the Iranian-backed groups in Syria. So what's the Pentagon position on this? What's your comment on that? And does the U.S. gives any support to the Syrian Democratic Forces in their fight against the Iranian-backed groups in Syria?
Look, the U.S. forces that are in Syria, and our focus in Syria is on the enduring defeat of ISIS, and that will continue to remain our focus. As you know, the SDF have been good partners in that fight, essential partners in that fight, and that continues to be the basis for our relationship and our cooperation with the SDF.
Their fight with the Iranian-backed groups in Syria, they derailed their focus on the ISIS mission. So do you concern when the Syrian regime forces and also the Iranian-backed forces are fighting with your partners, this will affect your mission in Syria?
Well, look, Syria, given the fact that much of it is essentially considered ungoverned space, for many years now, which is what has enabled groups like ISIS to foment, continues to be a challenge. But the U.S. presence in Syria and our focus in Syria is on the enduring defeat of ISIS, and so that will continue to remain our focus. Let me go back to Joe.
Thank you, General Ryder. When you say we're moving assets to the region to defend Israel, could you explain to us that using the term defend Israel, does it mean like the mission or the U.S. role in the region would be intercepting the incoming missiles or maybe taking offensive actions? Could you emphasize on that?
Yeah, look, it hasn't changed since Hamas's attack on October 7th in terms of the role that the United States has played in supporting the defense of Israel. We are not looking, the United States is not looking to engage in offensive operations and again, potentially spark a wider regional conflict. Our focus is on de-escalating tensions, and that's been a focus ever since Hamas brutally killed 1,200 Israeli citizens and took over 250 hostages. And so we will continue to stay very focused on that. But as what you saw on April 13th, when Iran conducted its missile and drone attack against Israel, demonstrated the types of activities that Iran is considering. And we've been very clear that our support for the defense of Israel will be ironclad. And so we need to be prepared to respond to a variety of contingencies, which requires a variety of capabilities. And because the United States military possesses those types of capabilities, and more importantly, our service members are the best in the world, we will continue to stay focused on not only, again, protecting our forces, but supporting our commitment to help in the defense of Israel.
Quick follow-up. Does the Pentagon believe that the deterrence is working in the region?
So far, Joe, what I would tell you is that it's our assessment that the conflict between Israel and Hamas has been contained to Gaza. Certainly, that's not to say that there are not incredible tensions in the region. And that the situation right now in the Middle East is very serious, which is why we're taking it so seriously, which is why Secretary Austin has ordered additional capabilities into the region. Thank you. Joe.
Thanks. Yesterday, the White House said that an Iranian attack or retaliation could come within days or this week. And then, so one, do you share this assessment? But then two, when asked if Iran or some of its proxies, including Hezbollah and Lebanon, have moved any of their assets or put certain rockets, missiles, drones into position, or if they've moved those into position to attack, we refer to the Pentagon. So have you guys seen any movement?
Yeah, on your second question, I'm just not going to get into intelligence on what we may be seeing. On your first question, is an attack possible this week? That's certainly possible. The bottom line is, I'm not going to speculate or try to guess when they might attack, other than to say we need to take it seriously, and we are doing that. And so we will be prepared and are prepared.
Second, on the attacks on U.S. troops, we've seen several in the last few weeks.
There are a couple of rocket alerts. I'm checking into the rocket alerts right now, guys.
We have not seen a U.S. response. Is part of the reasoning for that because of the tense situation in the Middle East that you've mentioned during this briefing, or has the U.S. decided not to respond to these?
Yeah, look, I'll repeat what Secretary Austin said during his press briefing last week, which is that we won't tolerate attacks against our forces, and we'll take all.
So there's a couple rocket alerts going off in northern Israel right now. And this is a regular occurrence. This does not mean the big retaliation is happening. There are a few rocket alerts reported in, I think they're all in northern Israel, but let me see here. I'm trying to check here. Let me give you updates on that. I'm seeing two. One in Malkia and one in Dishon. Malkia in Dishon, Israel. I'll show you where that is on a map. Did the IDF post anything? Yes. IDF says sirens sounded in Dishon and Malkia. That would be northern Israel. near the Lebanon border. So let me pull up a map and show you exactly where that is. But again, this is a normal occurrence. This is a normal occurrence that you have rocket alerts and sometimes rockets fired into Israel. All right, I'm pulling up a map right here. Yeah, this is right next to the Lebanon border we're talking about here, right next to the Lebanon border. And if you give me a second, I'll show you. Sorry to cut the audio on the Pentagon press conference, but I think this was a little more pressing. Okay. So here's a map. Here is a map, and the two places where the rocket alerts are Dishon, which is here, and Malkia, which is here, which you can see are right on the border with Lebanon there. Those would be to the, I believe, to the right of that camera. That camera is in northwestern Israel. This is more to the east of that. So let me check and see if, oh, I might have a different camera? No, I don't have a different camera. I just have this one for the border, for the Lebanon border. So let me see if I have any updates from the rocket alerts going off right now. If you just give me a moment here. Okay, I'm seeing some unconfirmed reports of maybe I'm seeing some unconfirmed reports of a number of rockets launched. A couple of Telegram channels I follow, such as News the Security Cabinet, claim that about 20 rockets were launched from Israel from Lebanon into northern Israel. So I'm trying to get you an update on that. Again, this angle is to the, I believe, to the west of the border. It's the western part of the border, to the east of where these rockets were launched. So, sorry, to the west of where the rockets were launched. So let me just try to get you an update. I'm hearing some unconfirmed reports of about 20 rockets, which is a number that in the last few days that kind of attack has happened from Lebanon. And it's not even confirmed that many rockets were launched. Just a couple of Telegram channels I follow that cover Israeli news are saying they're hearing about 20 rockets, but that is not confirmed right now. So just give me a moment. Let me see if I can get you some updates on the rocket alert in northern Israel. Parallel Universe, who I follow in Israel, he says at least 10 explosions were heard, mostly impacts in open areas. If rockets are launched into Israel, but they're not going to hit anything, the Iron Dome will not fire at them, and they will just be allowed to land in open areas. So sometimes you have rockets just falling and hitting open areas. But yeah, again, hearing some unconfirmed reports that some rockets hit open areas in northern Israel. So again, rocket alerts were sounding in Malkia and Dishon in northern Israel, on the border with Lebanon. You can't see that, and that's not. This angle you're seeing is too far west. It's west of where these rockets would be. These rocket alerts would be. Here is the area where they are. They're actually it's sort of northeast Israel here. Dishon and Malkia, right next to the Lebanon border. That is where the rocket alerts were going off. Yes. So these rockets were apparently launched from Lebanon, which is a common occurrence. Yeah, Al Jazeera also says rockets were launched from southern Lebanon at an Israeli site in the Upper Galilee. News Before Everyone in Telegram says, in Lebanon, a barrage of 20 rockets is reported in northern Israel from Lebanon. I have not heard of any damage from these latest rockets. I don't even know if there were any interceptions. Another Telegram channel I follow for Israeli news, Current News on Telegram, says there were 15 launches. A quick thank you to Nick Blackbird for your support. Sunflower, our new member, thank you. Shaf, thanks for being a member. Thanks so much, Rumi. That's very generous of you. Thank you, Rumi, for your support. Thank you also, Red Squirrel, for the gift memberships. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Remy Storm, for being a member. Thank you, F. Fank Merch, for your support and your kind note. Thank you so much, Josh B., for your support. I appreciate it, Josh B. Also, thank you, Mothra and Gemini Rose, who is in Canada. I really appreciate your support. And also our new members, Marco Anzalone and Jesse Simpson. And thanks so much to Whoshot JR and A Moment of Lovely for your support on Twitch, and also Falcon Depp for subscribing on Twitch. So again, about 10 minutes ago, a couple rocket alerts went off in northern Israel, right near the Lebanon border. I am seeing unconfirmed reports that around 15 or 20 rockets were launched from Lebanon into Israel, but that is unconfirmed. I am seeing a report here. What is this? Hold on. Hold on. This is interesting. Is this a legit channel? I might have to keep an eye on this channel. I have a report here. I just want to see who this person is. Yes, Adir Lehakim is with Now 14 Israel. Now 14 Israel. Is that a news channel? Now 14 Israel? They are a news service in Israel. It's a right-wing and conservative channel in Israel, according to Wikipedia. Okay. Good to know. So, Adir Lehakim, who is with 14 News Israel, says at least 15 launches were made from Lebanon to Israel. Some were intercepted. No damage or casualties were reported. That is a report from 14 News Israel's Adir Lehakim about the most recent rocket alerts. Okay? Let me just see if I have any more updates. Sorry to interrupt the Pentagon press conference. I just thought people would want to get an update on the rocket alerts. And hold on a moment here. Oh, I'm also hearing about, guys, I am hearing about Roy Case, who's a reporter in Israel, reports an attack in the village of Kila in southern Lebanon, maybe some sort of Israeli airstrike in southern Lebanon. I don't have an update on that right now. Let me check a couple other sources for that and see if I can get you something else on that. Those Israeli strikes in southern Lebanon are a regular occurrence. Yeah, I don't have more details on that. Oh, NBN Lebanon says that Israeli planes targeted the town of Kafr Kia with 3 bombs in southern Lebanon. So what they were targeting there, I don't know. Could be Hezbollah targets. Oh, Parallel Universe, who I follow, says Doran Kadosh from GLZ says the explosions in southern Lebanon were from the target being a Hezbollah ammo storage facility. Interesting. I don't know if that's true. I will see if I can find any more. It is 3:13 p.m. Eastern time and 10:13 p.m. local time in Israel. 10:13 p.m. All right. So again, there was a rocket alert in northern Israel. I've heard multiple reports, including from an Israeli reporter, that around 15 rockets were launched. The Israeli reporter said that some rockets were intercepted, some fell in open areas, and there were no injuries or damage reported. All right, let me go back to the audio from the Pentagon briefing. I'm going to turn the audio back on in the Pentagon briefing. I'll look for more updates here.
Were listening, and what's your message to them?
You know, look, there is always time for diplomacy to work, and that will continue to be the main effort, certainly for the United States government, in terms of working to de-escalate the situation, implement a ceasefire, and get the hostages home. So as long as there's hope, and there is, we'll continue to stay focused toward that end. And then, I'm sorry, your second question?
My second question is going to be another topic, please, if you would mind. There is some reports claiming that the weapon that being used to attack Al-Tabi'in school in Gaza recently was a U.S. bomb, a U.S.-made bomb. Do you confirm that, General? And do you believe that Israel is still using the U.S. weapons according to U.S. and international law?
Yeah, when it comes to Israeli employment of munitions, I'd have to refer to them. I don't have any information to provide In terms of civilian casualties, as I highlighted at the top, this is something that we continue to take very seriously. It's something that Secretary Austin has discussed with his Israeli counterpart every single time they talk, highlighting the importance and the moral imperative and the strategic imperative of ensuring that civilian safety and harm mitigation is taken into account in conducting operations. The bottom line is way too many civilians have died during this conflict, both Palestinian and Israelis. And so it's incredibly important that Israel continue to conduct its operations in a way, plan its operations in a way that is taking civilian safety into account. That's not to say, though, that Hamas doesn't bear responsibility as well in the fact that they conduct their operations and embed their forces amongst the civilian population in places like schools, mosques, hospitals, making it incredibly difficult for Israel to conduct its operations in these areas. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Just a quick clarification on the.
Hey guys, two of our viewers mentioned to me that we may have seen an interceptor go up on our footage. Some of you might have seen it, actually. When that rocket alert happened, I did not see it live, but two of our viewers mentioned it to me, Pedro Pereira and Rolling Along. So I'm gonna show you this. I think we might have actually seen. I thought we might be too far west to see it, but I think we actually did see a interceptor go up about 20 minutes ago, right when the rocket alert happened. It was fast. You really had to be looking for it. I mean, you had to really be on it. It was very easy to miss. But I think we might have seen it. So let me just real quick do something here. I just need to take a second and pull this up on the screen. So, but I do think we did catch. Just need to take a second. Interceptor up on. Give me a moment here. So I really appreciate those viewers for writing in and sending me the time code, because I watched it and I was like, oh wow, that does look like we did catch it. Okay, so I'm going to put this on the screen now for you. And okay, so you're watching right now. You're not that's the live shot. This is a replay. This is a replay. Watch the middle of the screen right in here. Watch right in here. I'm going to play it right now. Watch right in here and you'll see a light go up. Ready? Oops, I probably already showed it. Hold on, I skipped over it. I thought I was paused. Well, let me go back. Right here. Ready? Right now. Right there. Did you guys see that? Watch it again. Right there. I think that was an interceptor. Maybe right there? Possibly? It might not have been. It might not have been, but it's quite I mean, because once in a while we see kind of stuff like that on the screen and it looks like maybe it's a bug or something. But I'll say this, that is right that's right around when the alert happened. Now, some of our viewers think it's moving too fast. You know, the interceptors normally look bigger than that. So it doesn't look I mean, we saw an interceptor a couple days ago and it usually looks bigger and a bit slower. But I don't know. So, but it happened right around that time. I don't know. I can't tell you. Anyways, I will say, you know, yeah, I just don't know. All right. Well, anyways, either it was an interceptor or it was something else that happened around the time of the rocket alert. When was that rocket alert? The rocket alert was at 1930. No, hold on. Stupid thing. 21:59:15 is when I got the rocket alert. You know, it's weird. This happened about 3 minutes before the rocket alert came on my phone. So anyways, I'll play it one more time, but I don't know. What can I tell you? What can I tell you guys? Maybe it's just a coincidence. I don't know. I don't know. All right. That's live. Now we're live. Now we're live. You know, the other thing is it definitely looks smaller than some of the interceptors we see, but it might just be farther away. It's possible that the angle of the camera is such that that interceptor station is like miles and miles away, and we're just kind of looking east towards it or northeast towards it, and it's just farther away. So I do not know. Anyways, I appreciate the viewers writing in. Quick thanks to Star Scream. I appreciate your support. Star Scream is a member. Thanks to Red Squirrel for your support. Thank you, Red Squirrel 82. Thanks to our new member, Marcus Bizotto. Anna Rude, at some point we might cover Bangladesh. I'm sorry, we haven't done this. That was something where this Iran-Israel latest stuff was kicking off right around the time of Bangladesh, so I just didn't get to it. So at some point we might do an update on it. I'm sorry, there's just been too much news to do streams on everything. So at some point I might do an update on it. I'm aware of the story. Thank you so much to Anit Rude. Yeah, there was just, a week or two ago, there were just several stories going on at the same time, and I just couldn't cover everything at once. But at some point we might talk about that. I know it's an important story. Thank you also to all of our moderators who are here. We have moderating right now. Ruth Krafasi is over there on YouTube. Thanks so much, Ruth. And we have, hang on a moment. On Twitch, DeBears, I got that fire, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. On Facebook, Ronald Egnor is there moderating, and Raven Lynn. Valerie Gale Griffin. Charlotte Webb, thanks for being there, everybody. That's awesome. And Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. And thanks so much, Sunflower, who gave 5 people memberships over on YouTube. That's super nice of you. Thank you, Sunflower. Octovarius thought it was 100% a bug. Interceptors don't move don't move like that fast. In case you missed it from earlier, hold on a moment here. I might want to peek at this. Now, I'm not going to be able to do it. I can't do it. Or can I? No, I'm not going to worry about that right now. Hang on. Hang on. In case you missed it, earlier, Barak Ravid had reported that Secretary of State Blinken has delayed his trip to the Middle East and won't travel to the region tonight as planned due to the uncertainty about the situation, per 2 sources. Also, 2 U.S. officials told me, says Barak Avid, they do not expect an Iranian attack today. I don't know if that applies to a Hezbollah attack. I don't know if that'll turn out to be correct. We'll just have to see. The Chaparral Fox says Blinken blinked. Hang on a second here. Let me put the volume back up on this. Oh, did the IDF give an update? Hold on. No, I don't see it. Somebody mentioned a flare in the chat. I went back and watched it. A light appeared for like a couple seconds. It didn't seem noteworthy enough for me to play it again. I don't know if it was a flare because it really didn't last that long. It was very brief. So I'm going to kind of move forward. But I appreciate you mentioning those things in the chat. Thanks also to Real Shakapia. Real Shakapia, I don't know what you want me to check. Should be more specific. If you just say check this thing, I don't know what I'm supposed to check there. What am I supposed to see? Thank you, Real Shakapia, for your support. Also, Forsk Snickers 222, thanks for your support, who says this is getting scary. Oh, there was a report I wanted to mention. Hang on a moment. Well, that's not new. Just checking a couple things here. Let me show you this real quick. This is from Associated Press. Iran's president tells UK Prime Minister that retaliation is a nation's right. Associated Press reports that Iran's president told Britain's Prime Minister that Tehran considers retaliation against Israel over the July killing of Hamas official Ismail Haniyeh a right and a way to discourage future aggression. A Tuesday report by the official IRNA news agency in Iran said President Masoud Pezeshkian, in a late Monday phone conversation with Prime Minister Keir Starmer, said a punitive response to an aggressor is a right of nations and a solution for stopping crimes and aggression. Pezeshkian said the West's silence about unprecedented inhumane crime in Gaza and Israel attacks elsewhere in the Middle East was irresponsible and encouraged Israel to put regional and global security at risk. The report said the two leaders discussed ways for restoring peace and stability in the region and the world, as well as improving bilateral relations, without elaborating. According to a statement from Prime Minister Keir Starmer's office, Starmer said he was deeply concerned by the situation in the region and called on all parties to de-escalate. During the 30-minute phone call with the Iranian president, Starmer asked Iran not to attack Israel, adding that the war was not in anyone's interests. Israel has not confirmed or denied its role in the July killing of Haniyeh, but Israel earlier pledged to kill him and other Hamas leaders over the group's October 7th attack on southern Israel that sparked the war in Gaza. The assassination has sparked fears of a wider regional conflict and of a direct confrontation between Israel and Iran if Tehran retaliates. Iran does not recognize Israel and supports anti-Israel militant groups, including Hamas and Lebanon's Hezbollah. AP also reports that Iran rejects European leaders' call to refrain from any retaliatory attacks. Iran rejected a call today by 3 European countries demanding it refrain from any retaliatory attacks that would further escalate regional tensions. French President Macron, German Chancellor Scholz, and British Prime Minister Starmer issued a joint statement Monday endorsing the latest push by mediators Qatar, Egypt, and the U.S. to broker an agreement to end the Israel-Hamas war. The European leaders also called for the return of scores of hostages held by Hamas and the unfettered delivery of humanitarian aid, and asked that Iran and its allies refrain from retaliation that would further escalate regional tensions after the late July killings of 2 senior officials in Beirut and Tehran. The Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Nasser Kanani said, "Such demands lack political logic, are entirely contrary to the principles and rules of international law, and represent an excessive request." Iran's foreign ministry said Iran is decisive about defending its rights and does not need any permission to retaliate over the killing of Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, state-run IRNA news agency reported. So those reports make it sound like Iran's ready to retaliate. But there's another report today that makes it sound like maybe Iran is going to hold off for a little while. I'll talk to you about that in a second. Thank you so much to Urs Wiesendanger. I appreciate that. Urs is in Switzerland? Am I getting this right? Yes, Urs is in Switzerland. Thanks, Urs, for your support. Urs is wondering whether Israel has shelters for all its citizens. I don't know. I would assume they do. I mean, Israel is often under a rocket attack. So I would assume that Israel has good shelters there. I'm not an expert on Israeli shelters. Maybe some of our Israeli viewers can chime in. But that is something that, they need a lot there for various rocket attacks and stuff. Anyways, I'm not an expert on that. Tsar Mania says most people have their own shelters. I don't have reliable data on it. So somebody, if you have like an article or something, you can send it to me. I'm on X, @Lookner on X. Batchin Block says most people have a shelter in their own house. Lonely Reject says there are neighborhood shelters and many have their own. Jesse Simpson says many new apartments have a dedicated shelter room. Other buildings have shelters in the basements. There are also public shelters. Okay. Present Key says, Israeli viewer here, we don't have, it's not a shelter per person. Each building has a shelter in older buildings. It's a shelter in older buildings. New ones, it's a room in your house called Safe Room. Thank you. Thank you also to Long Range Precision Shooting for your support. Long Range Precision Shooting thinks we haven't seen an attack yet because Iran is getting ready for what happens after the attack. So I mentioned there's some reports out there that might seem to just suggest an Iranian response is coming soon. This report maybe suggests they're going to wait a little bit. This report here is from Reuters. Only Gaza ceasefire can delay Israel's response, say Iranian officials. Sorry. Only Gaza ceasefire can delay Iran's Israel response, say Iranian officials. Reuters says only a ceasefire deal in Gaza stemming from hope for talks this week would hold Iran back from direct retaliation against Israel for the assassination of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh on its soil, 3 senior Iranian officials said. Does that mean Iran is going to wait for the talks this week? Does that have anything to do with Hezbollah waiting or not? Are these officials who talked to Reuters, are they really networked in? Do they really know what the supreme leader of Iran wants or not? That I don't know. Iran, says Reuters, has vowed a severe response to Haniyeh's killing, which took place as he visited Tehran late last month, and which it blamed on Israel. Israel has neither confirmed nor denied its involvement. The U.S. Navy has deployed warships and a submarine to the Middle East to bolster Israeli defenses. One of the sources, a senior Iranian security official, said Iran, along with allies such as Hezbollah, would launch a direct attack if the Gaza talks fail, or it perceives Israel is dragging out negotiations. The sources did not say how long Iran would allow for talks to progress before responding. By the way, Hamas has already said they don't want more negotiations. They said it a couple days ago. So will Iran and their proxy forces wait until the Thursday talks? I have no idea. With an increased risk of broader Middle East war after the killing of Haniyeh and Hezbollah commander Fuad Shukr, Iran has been involved in intense dialogue with Western countries and the United States in recent days on ways to calibrate retaliation, said the sources, who all spoke on condition of anonymity due to the sensitivity of the matter. In comments published today, the U.S. ambassador to Turkey confirmed Washington was asking allies to help convince Iran to de-escalate tensions. 3 regional government sources described conversations with Tehran to avoid escalation ahead of this Gaza ceasefire talks, due to begin on Thursday in either Egypt or Qatar. On Friday, Iran's mission to the UN had said, "We hope our response will be timed and executed in a way that does not harm a potential ceasefire." Iran's foreign ministry on Tuesday, today, said calls to exercise restraint contradict principles of international law. Yesterday, White House spokesperson John Kirby said, "Something could happen as soon as this week by Iran and its proxies. That is a U.S. assessment as well as an Israel assessment. If something does happen this week, the timing of it could certainly well have an impact on those talks we want to do on Thursday," he said. Also, over the weekend, Hamas cast doubt on whether talks would go ahead. Israel and Hamas have held several rounds of talks in recent months without agreeing on a final ceasefire. In Israel, many observers believe a response is imminent after Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei said Iran would harshly punish Israel for the strike in Tehran. Iran's regional policy, says Reuters, is set by the elite Revolutionary Guards, who answer only to Khamenei, the country's top authority. Iran's relatively moderate new president has repeatedly reaffirmed Iran's anti-Israel stance and its support for resistance movements across the region since taking office last month. Meir Litvak, a senior researcher at Tel Aviv University's Alliance Center for Iranian Studies, said he thought Iran would put its needs before helping ally Hamas, but that Iran also wanted to avoid a full-scale war. The Iranians never subordinated their strategy and policies to the needs of their proxies or proteges, he said. An attack is likely and almost inevitable, but I don't know the scale and the timing. Iran-based analyst Saeed Leilaz said Iran's leaders were now keen to work toward a ceasefire in Gaza to obtain incentives, avoid an all-out war, and strengthen its position in the region. Leilaz said Iran had not previously been involved in the Gaza peace process, but was now ready to play a key role. Iran, 2 of the sources said, was considering sending a representative to the ceasefire talks. However, they said the representative would not directly attend the meetings, but would engage in behind-the-scenes discussion to maintain a line of diplomatic communication with the U.S. while negotiations proceed. Two senior sources close to Lebanon's Hezbollah said Tehran would give the negotiations a chance, but would not give up its intentions to retaliate. A ceasefire in Gaza would give Iran cover for smaller symbolic response, one of the sources said. So, again, there's some reporting out there which suggests that maybe Iran and Hezbollah would wait until after these peace talks, these ceasefire talks on Thursday get going. I have no idea if that's the case. Anna says, why would Iran suddenly become interested in the peace talks? Well, maybe they would prefer not to have to do a giant response. Maybe it would allow them to do a lesser response and have less of a risk of a regional war. Oh, oops, the live caption is still there. Sorry, thanks for letting me know. Hey, thanks Bill Evans for your support. Bill says if Israel is hit by a significant attack that harms civilians, they should immediately annex Gaza, Judea, and Samaria. Isn't Judea and Samaria basically the West Bank? Yes, the entire West Bank. So Bill thinks if Israel is hit by a significant attack that harms civilians, they should annex Gaza and the West Bank. Thanks, Bill. I don't think that would be very popular with a lot of the world. Much of the world considers Gaza and the West Bank occupied territory. I don't think the U.S. would want Israel to annex Gaza and the West Bank as well. Wikipedia says the Judea and Samaria area encompasses the entire West Bank. Back to Janat is watching from Pakistan. Thank you for watching from Pakistan. It is 10:48 p.m. Israel time. You can reach me on X at Lookner. Is where you can reach me. Hey, thanks so much to Janice McConnell. I really appreciate your support, Janice McConnell. Thank you. Also checking some of the messages people have been sending me. The Shark sent me something from Wikipedia which said, Wikipedia has an article on civil defense in Israel. And it says, according to the 1951 Civil Defense Law, all homes, residential buildings, and industrial buildings in Israel are required to have bomb shelters. However, several homes or buildings may make use of a single shelter jointly. Thank you, Deshark. That's helpful to know. Where was that? Where was it? Okay. Oh, also, Thank you, Elint News, who I follow, ELINT. I follow them for news around the world. They sent me this post from Parissa Hafezi. By the way, I don't think this is actually going to matter, but Patricia Hafezi with Reuters said, reported that Biden asked if he expected Iran to skip a retaliatory strike if a Gaza ceasefire deal was reached, says that's my expectation. As I have previously said, I would be shocked if a ceasefire deal is reached. I've said it again and again and again for months and months and months, probably, I don't know how long, December I've been saying this. I'll believe it when I see it. If they wanted a ceasefire, there would have been a ceasefire. And I've said it on the air. When you see these stories coming out about how close they are, and then you see somebody give a speech where they give this new proposal, and then there's this new story where it says, oh, they agreed on this thing, and they're just debating this thing. And every time I say, I'll believe it when I see it. If they wanted a ceasefire, they'd figure it out and there'd be a ceasefire. Now, maybe things have changed and both sides want it now. I don't see why it would have changed so much, given that Israel just assassinated, in all likelihood, the head negotiator for Hamas. But again, there's all these stories and speeches and talk about the proposal and everything. If they really wanted it, they'd agree to it. And again, this Thursday thing, which is being like fetishized, these Thursday talks, there's nothing special about them. They weren't even set up until after the assassinations. So the only thing that makes these Thursday talks special is if people have changed their mind. Now, maybe they have. Maybe Israel and Hamas have changed their mind and they both want a ceasefire now. But aside from that, there's nothing special about these Thursday talks. So, again, I'll believe it when I see it. I mean, this has been going on with the ceasefire talk since last year, I think. Hang on, I'm just checking a couple things here. One of our viewers said that the Israeli Security Minister Ben-Gvir would never go for a ceasefire. So there's this... the reason Netanyahu is prime minister is because he has support of certain right-wing groups in Israel. So I think there's a question of like whether if he agreed to a ceasefire, would the right-wing groups go along with such an agreement? Let me see if I can get you something on that. Yes, look, I can tell. I have an article right here that talks about this. So this is an article from 2 weeks ago. Well, it's an article from 8 days ago. And it says, frustration with Netanyahu mounts as Gaza talks falter. It's from Reuters. Okay? And it says, Prime Minister Netanyahu is facing anger in Israel and abroad over his handling of talks on a Gaza ceasefire that have faltered, just as fears have grown that the crisis could spiral into war in Iran, said 3 Israeli officials. Divisions between Netanyahu and the defense establishment over a deal, which could help diffuse the escalating crisis that risks engulfing the Middle East, have also surfaced in public remarks and behind closed doors in angry exchanges leaked on Saturday to the Israeli press. Over the past 4 weeks, 3 Israeli officials, 1 on the negotiating team and 2 with close knowledge of the talks, have voiced concerns that politics was undermining, weakening the chances of a deal. One of the officials told Reuters, the feeling is that Prime Minister Netanyahu is avoiding making a decision about the deal and is not pushing for it full force. Some of Netanyahu's far-right coalition partners have threatened government stability should the war end before Hamas is defeated. Again, some of Netanyahu's far-right coalition partners have threatened government stability should the war end before Hamas is defeated. Netanyahu is only prime minister because a majority of the members of parliament support him. A number of those delegates, I believe, are in far-right parties. So if Netanyahu loses the support of the far-right coalition partners, then his government could collapse. He could lose the support he needs to be prime minister, and he's not prime minister anymore. So, and if there's a ceasefire, if Netanyahu makes a deal to pull Israeli forces out of Gaza and end the fighting, people on the right could say, well, we don't think Yahya Sinwar is still alive. Hamas has not been completely defeated. So, that's something that restrains the possibility of a ceasefire too, which is what one of our viewers was saying. Reuters says that as of like a week ago, the deal framework involved 3 phases, with the first seeing a 6-week ceasefire and the release of women, elderly, and wounded hostages in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners held by Israel. And I'm not up to date on all of the particulars being negotiated in the ceasefire talks. And a big reason is that, my view is that if they really wanted to agree to a deal, they'd agree to a deal. And then, there's an article from BBC from June, which I found, where it talks about how this was back in June, beginning of June, where 2 far-right ministers threatened to quit the government and collapse the governing coalition in Israel if Netanyahu agreed to a ceasefire deal that was proposed by President Biden. And the 2 ministers, Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich and National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, said they were opposed to striking any deal before Hamas was destroyed. Susan Priest Buchner thinks both sides are all or nothing. Oh, this is interesting. Elint News mentioned that Barack Ravid just posted more about what President Biden said. So 2 things. We told you this before. Biden says he expects Iran to hold off on attacking Israel if a Gaza ceasefire and hostage deal is released. Again, I am not holding my breath waiting for a Gaza ceasefire and hostage deal to be released. It'd be great if it did. I'd be very happy if it was. I'm not very optimistic. Also, Barack Ravid says Biden said he saw some linkage between the ceasefire effort in Gaza and Iran's threat to retaliate. It's getting harder, Biden said when asked if a ceasefire deal was becoming a more distant possibility. I'm not giving up. We'll see what Iran does. We'll see what happens. It's not clear if Iran is going to wait for more ceasefire talks or not. Who knows? We do not know. Thanks, Elint News, for messaging me about that. I appreciate that. Elint News, at Elint News, is one of the accounts I follow for news updates. Thank you so much for your support, Maybe. As Maybe refers to, the chief negotiator for Hamas was Ismail Haniyeh, who was killed in Tehran in an apparent Israeli assassination a couple weeks ago. Also, thank you so much. Hey, Bill Evans, that's very generous of you. Thanks for your support, Bill Evans. Bill says the elephant in the room is the opportunity now for Israel and the U.S. to completely diminish Iran's nuclear capabilities if Israel is significantly struck. So the idea would be if Iran struck Israel in some sort of significant way, that Israel and the U.S. could use that as an excuse to take out or try to take out Iran's nuclear capability. Now, I saw some article about that today. I'll have to see if I can find it. But off the top of my head, that would really seem to risk like a huge regional war. Because I have to imagine that Iran would see that as like an existential crisis if Israel and the U.S. attacked it, because those the nuclear facilities, as far as I'm aware, a lot of them are very like they're underground and protected kind of thing. So that would just be a major, major military attack on Iranian territory. So that would be obviously a huge, potentially very escalatory thing. It's easy to just throw around like, this country should do this, and they should attack them like this. But these things countries don't want to be in all-out wars. It's not really a good thing for anybody, generally speaking. Countries would like to avoid major wars. So my tendency is to think when you hear about major military action that, well, there's going to be a lot of reasons for the countries involved to not do it. Thank you again, Bill Evans. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you, Bill, bringing up that topic, Bill. I can't remember where I saw. I saw some article talking about it, but I didn't. I don't know where it was today. Anyways, let me say this also. The Biden administration has given every sign that they do not want escalation in the Middle East. They've been very consistent about that. I cannot imagine the Biden administration supporting some giant preemptive strike on that would attempt to take out Iran's nuclear facilities. That I can't imagine. That would seem like the opposite of what the Biden administration wants. And if Israel were to do it, it would seem to really risk their alliance with the U.S. That's just my thought. I mean, based on everything the Biden administration says. Hey, thanks so much to VinXBod, who watches the streams while working. Hey, thanks, VinX. I really appreciate your support. Also, thanks to Gerald White. Who talks about a particular, who had heard about a particular sticking point in the ceasefire deal. You know, look, again, I don't know about the specifics. I've seen so many different stories about different sticking points and stuff. And maybe I'm wrong, but my view at this point, after all these months, is if both sides wanted a ceasefire deal, they would make it happen. That's just my opinion. They would figure it out. Pazzi Musica thinks BB doesn't listen to Don't. Darren Woolweber says they're not going to agree to a deal. Okay, hey, we're gonna do a poll question. We're gonna do a poll question. Will there be a ceasefire deal in the next 2 months? That's our poll question. Thanks again, Gerald White. I really appreciate your support, Gerald White. Thank you. Sunflower, thank you. Sunflower thinks both sides want vengeance, not a ceasefire. Mally's Bixie says yes, but it will be broken in 6 months. Let me show you what our viewers have to say. I said, will there be a ceasefire deal in the next 2 months? And our YouTube viewers say 85% say no. And on Twitch, uh, 85% say no. It's the same on both. 85 and 84% in both chats say no ceasefire deal in the next 2 months. Elizabeth G. says Hamas knows its survival is on the table. They will never agree to removing themselves from power in Gaza. The hostages are such important leverage for Hamas over Israel. So they're not going to just give back the hostages lightly. I wish they would believe me. Well, I wish October 7th never happened, and I wish they could reach a ceasefire deal. But the reality of the situation is, it seems like it's not going to happen, at least from what I'm seeing. But who knows? Maybe I can be surprised. Now, some of our viewers are talking about some of the hostages being dead. It is believed, I've read articles saying that Israel believes a number of them are dead, but I don't know if there's an exact number that Israel has, but some of them are believed to be alive. Armenius is getting close to a year. Yes, in less than it's been over 10 months since the October 7th attack. All right, well, thank you for voting. Most of you think there will not be a ceasefire deal in the next 2 months. Then there's the question, even if there was going to be some sort of, what did I do here? Did I move something I didn't want to remove? Let's see. Then there's the question of, hold on, what did I do here? What did I do? There's that. Oh, I think I got rid of something I didn't want to get rid of. Give me a moment. Let me do something here. I got to just throw some text on the screen really quick. Sorry, I know there's weird text on the screen right now. That text will disappear in a second. I just have to throw it up there to have it there. Okay, good. It says test. Don't worry about that. Put that there. Fine. Get rid of that. Bye. Okay. We're good. Quick thank you to Who Shot JR for the on-screen celebration on Twitch. Thank you also to Lisa32 for the gift membership. Thanks, Lisa, for gifting a membership. That's really nice of you. Thank you to Gerald White, who says, Fox said Iran said no deal to the American and European offer to the ceasefire delay. I didn't see that. I'll have to see. If I see it, I'll certainly mention it. Thank you so much, Gerald White. I'll check their site. No, so just to be clear, like, Iran is not a part of the ceasefire negotiations. So they might show up as according to Reuters, they might have somebody there for diplomatic reasons, but they are not a direct part of the ceasefire negotiations. But there is a report that said, that we talked about earlier, about, hang on. That some Iranian officials told Reuters that only a Gaza ceasefire can delay Iran's Israel response. So they might wait for negotiations we don't know. Thank you again, Gerald White. Raphael Legond, thank you, Raphael. Raphael thinks eventually there will be a multinational force that takes over ruling Gaza. And eventually there will be a free and independent Palestinian state there. You know, that would be a big change. We'll see what happens in the future. We don't know what's going to happen to Gaza in the future. Certainly something's got to happen over there. But I mean, at this point, it's just, that is this big question that's not even being dealt with right now, is you have over 2 million people live there, and I believe the vast majority of it is just destroyed. It's really like a humanitarian disaster. And so it is such an enormous reconstruction process that would eventually need to be done there. But that's not really being, it's not happening right now, obviously, because there's still fighting going on in Gaza, but it's just terrible there. I was talking about this yesterday. You watch videos from there, and it's like people walking around, and they might have to flee where they're staying temporarily because there's fighting there. Israel is launching attacks on Hamas there, and it's like they're just carrying their stuff with them, and all around them is just destroyed buildings. So, I don't even know if I can find a recent estimate. I'm seeing estimates from months ago. In May, in the beginning of May, so this is over 3 months ago. Over 3 months ago, according to AP, over 3 months ago, the United Nations said that the world hasn't seen anything like the destruction of housing in Gaza since World War II, and it will take at least until 2040 to restore the homes devastated in the bombing. And even if the conflict ended right away. And that was from over 3 months ago. So there's even probably more destroyed now. But the UN said that the world has not seen anything like the destruction of housing in Gaza since World War II, and would take at least until 2040 to restore the homes, if the war ended today. Just crazy. I'm trying to find that report, if I can. I wonder if I can find the report. Can't find it. Anyways. don't know why they can't post a link in the story, but they didn't. Okay, let's continue here. By the way, thank you so much to PZ Papa Zulu for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you, PZ Papa Zulu. Also, Chaz, thank you, Chaz. Chaz says there are people walking around in rubble. Why aren't any countries allowing them safe passage out of there? So there's a good question about why do other countries not take Gaza refugees? So I'll give you a couple responses to this, and I'm not an expert on this. But in countries in the Arab world, I believe what they don't want to do is just start having everybody just flee Gaza, because if you're another country that's normally sympathetic to the Palestinian cause and your people are sympathetic to the Palestinian cause, you don't want to aid in some project of a project that would be seen as like Israel doing ethnic cleansing, basically destroying Gaza and kicking all the people out of there and taking it over. So I do think that is a sensitive point, that other countries who have sympathy for the Palestinian cause don't want to be seen as like, oh, we'll just like let Israel, bomb Gaza and and force all the people to leave. So from my understanding, that's a sensitive point. Egypt, which is right next to Gaza, from what I have read, they're very sensitive about instability that could be caused by having a lot of refugees come in from Gaza, perhaps political instability. So that has been a sensitive point with Egypt for decades, I believe. So it's a good question as to like, why don't other countries take people from Gaza? But there's some important political considerations there. I know it's something we've talked about on earlier streams, but like months and months ago. So for example, there's an article that AP had last year called "Why Egypt and Other Arab Countries Are Unwilling to Take in Palestinian Refugees from Gaza." And you can go read that article if you'd like. But one thing they say is that countries like Egypt and Jordan, it says that their refusal is rooted in the fear that Israel wants to force a permanent expulsion of Palestinians into their countries and nullify Palestinian demands for statehood. Also, they say that Egypt isn't assured that Israel would allow people to come back to Gaza if they left Gaza. There's a part of this article that says Arab countries and many Palestinians suspect Israel might use this opportunity to force permanent demographic changes to wreck Palestinian demands for statehood in Gaza, the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Also, as I mentioned, Egypt is worried that having a lot of people coming in from Gaza could be politically destabilizing, because it says that Egypt's military has fought for years against Islamic militants, and there's a worry that that a bunch of people coming in from Hamas could I believe the idea is that they could it could bring more militants into Egypt and upset things politically. So I'll actually post a link to this article. If you want to read the article, it's an example of an article. Again, the article, I'm not reading the whole article here. It's called Why Egypt and Other Arab Countries Are Unwilling to Take in Palestinian Refugees from Gaza. And it's by AP. So I'll post a link to the article now and you can read it if you want. But yeah, there's these kind of considerations are what I have read are involved. Hey, by the way, up north, that is, I don't know what to say. That's incredibly generous of you up north. Up north has been very, very generous throughout our coverage of this, but that's super generous of you up north. Thank you so much. I will put it towards the news content, the footage and the articles and everything up north. But I really do appreciate that. Thank you. That's really kind of you. Also, thank you to Rootseller for your support. Rootseller thinks war is in the best interest of the military-industrial complex. Thank you very much, Rootseller. And again, up north, that is very generous of you. I really appreciate it, and thank you so much. And again, it will support having the news content available for you guys, like the live streams and the articles and everything. So thank you. Also, thanks for your support on Twitch to Chudluka and 69 Pro Center TP. And thanks to the viewer who asked the question, because I think it's a good question about why other countries don't take people from Gaza. All right, let me see if I have updates here for you. We will also talk about the situation in Russia as well. We haven't talked about that yet today, and I want to mention that. It is 11:29 p.m. In April, it took Iran 12 days to attack Israel after Israel killed multiple Iranian generals, I believe it was, in a strike on an Iranian consulate building in Syria. It took Iran 12 days. It has now been it's basically 14 days now in Israel, because the two assassinations of the Hezbollah commander and Hamas leader were July 30th and July 31st. The IDF posted about some strikes it launched in Lebanon today. They said, this is translated from the Hebrew IDF account. It says, Air Force aircraft attacked 2 rocket launchers ready to be launched toward the state of Israel in the areas of Atiri and Zebkin in southern Lebanon. Following the alerts that were activated a short time ago in the Malkiah area, that's why we were on the air, around 15 rockets were identified that crossed the territory of Lebanon and fell into open areas in Israel. There are no casualties. So that rocket alert that happened a couple hours ago during the stream, around 15 rockets were sent from Lebanon towards Israel and fell in open areas. The Israel Defense Forces also said the IDF eliminated terrorists from the southern front in Hezbollah. Today, an Air Force aircraft attacked the area in Rashish in southern Lebanon, near the Israeli border, and killed 2 terrorists on the southern front of the terrorist organization Hezbollah. The terrorists, says Israel, were in an observation post in the Mount Dove area with a tank attack. In addition, IDF forces attacked Hezbollah military buildings alongside an anti-tank post, says the IDF. Thank you to Freedom Canned from Canada and also Ramon Van Ziel. Thanks for your support, Ramon. Ramon is in South Africa. Thanks for watching from South Africa. Also thanks to our new members, Xanthos and Rhinoplast. Little update here on some weapons stuff. U.S. approves $20 billion in weapon sales to Israel amid threat of wider Middle East war. This is from Associated Press. The U.S. has approved $20 billion in arms sale to Israel, including scores of fighter jets and advanced air-to-air missiles, the State Department announced today. Congress was notified of the impending sale, which includes more than 50 F-15 fighter jets, advanced medium-range air-to-air missiles, or AMRAAMs, 120-millimeter tank ammunition, and high explosive mortars and tactical vehicles, and comes at a time of intense concern that Israel may become involved in a wider Middle East war. However, the weapons are not expected to get to Israel anytime soon. They are contracts that will take years to fulfill, says AP. Much of what is being sold is to help Israel increase its military capability in the long term. The State Department said the U.S. is committed to the security of Israel, and it is vital to the U.S. national interests to assist Israel to develop and maintain a strong and ready self-defense capability. This proposed sale is consistent with those objectives. The Biden administration has had to balance its continued support for Israel with a growing number of calls from lawmakers in the U.S. public to curb military support there due to the high number of civilian deaths in Gaza. It has curbed one delivery of 2,000-pound weapons amid continued airstrikes by Israel in densely populated civilian areas in Gaza. Again, that is from Associated Press. Wall Street says, I think it's U.S. policy to keep Israel military notches above the region. Nicolette Parker thinks it's disgusting, while LCS Fox thinks it's money well spent. You can reach me on X at Lookner. I'm seeing some unconfirmed reports of a possible another attack on a U.S. base in Iraq or Syria. Charles Lister says reports of an Iranian proxy attack on U.S. troops at the Conoco base in eastern Syria with impacts outside its perimeter. Charles Lister said that would be the 8th attack in 4 weeks and the 221st since October 2023. That's what Charles Lister says. At Charles_Lister. So I have not seen that confirmed. As Charles does say, it is a regular occurrence for U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria to be attacked by Iranian militias. Oh, rocket alert. There's a rocket alert. We have a rocket alert right now. A rocket alert in Stamarin School. All right, so we have a rocket alert right now in Israel. There is a rocket alert, which is common. This is in northern Israel. I will show you Stamarin School, red alert, northern Israel. So let's look on the map and show you where this is. Probably not that far from this camera. This camera, I think, is more west than the alert. But here is where it is. It's called the Mount Meron Field School area, and this is in northern Israel, right near Lebanon. It is common for rockets and drones to be fired by Hezbollah into Israel from Lebanon. So this is quite close, within a couple miles of the border. Let me get you some updates on that. So I know the alert is for Mount Meron Field School, but I think, or Stamarin School, is that what it is? The point is it's for an area. It's for an area. Probably in the area of the school. Stamarin School. Let me try to get you some information on it. Check the Telegram sources as well. Again, there is a current rocket alert. I'm hearing a report of possible interceptions, possible rockets being shot down. I don't know if that's legit. It is from News Before Everyone in Telegram. We're not seeing it on this camera. We're not seeing it on either of these cameras. I mean, one of them is Tough Tel Aviv. Let me see if I can get any updates about this rocket alert in northern Israel. If the alert happens right near the camera, you will hear sirens and see interceptors. But if it doesn't happen near the camera, then you won't. Oh, and then I guess there's more than one area. Because Manny Fabian is saying it's in several areas. I only got one. So Manny Fabian from Times of Israel reports that it's in several parts of northern Israel. Hang on a moment. Yes, so N12 News says alarms in Meron and the surrounding area. But I've heard an unconfirmed report of some rocket interceptions. The 0404 News, who I follow for Israel News, they say the echoes of an explosion were heard in the sector. Again, maybe some sort of interception going on. Yeah, Herfeish, Fasuta, Sedemerin School, Alkosh. This is near the Lebanon border where these alerts went off. Ami says it's pronounced Miron. Is it Miron? Is it pronounced Miron, maybe? Sorry if I'm mispronouncing things. Let's see here. So, the Security Cabinet CB, who I follow on Telegram for Israel News, says they're hearing that the Israeli Air Force is attacking in southern Lebanon. So, what might have happened is rockets get launched from southern Lebanon into Israel, and then maybe Israel immediately after, maybe they see where they're launched from or something, and they go and attack targets there. So, just trying to get you updates here. The volume is already up quite a lot. You're not gonna, if there were sirens, you'd be hearing. If there were sirens close enough to hear, you'd be hearing it. It's not because the volume isn't up. Al Jazeera reports that more than 20 rockets were launched from southern Lebanon towards Israeli sites in northern Israel. That's what Al Jazeera is reporting. Which is, that's not the big retaliation. That's just kind of normal. It's just the way it is. So this is not looking like some big Hezbollah retaliation. This looks like the sort of normal way things are these days there. The Hot News, who I follow on Telegram, got a video from somebody appearing to show some interceptors in the sky in northern Israel. Trying to get you some more updates about this latest rocket alert in Miron and other areas in northern Israel. Okay, so couple updates here. Roy Case, who is a reporter in Israel. Roy is with 11 News Israel. Royce says that Hezbollah bombarded the Meron region, which we've been hearing about with rockets, and also he's hearing that this report that pro-Iranian militias in Iraq launched something at an American base in northeastern Syria. There's some unconfirmed reports that, and again, this happens all the time, there's unconfirmed reports that there's been an attack, or at least an attempted, maybe rockets fired or something, at a base in northern Syria, with U.S. troops at it. So I'll let you hear more. We'll tell you more about that when I get more information. Or it could have been a drone attack too, as Jay mentions in our chat, in Syria as well. I'm going to check here. I'm also seeing some unconfirmed reports of American planes in Syria. I would not be surprised if it is true, which that there have been some rockets, say, launched at a U.S. base in Syria. I would not be surprised if there's American planes in the area, but I can't confirm that information. Oh, Steny Hoyer had a stroke, mild stroke. Reports his office posted this. Hang on. Steny Hoyer is a congressman in Maryland. He used to be the House Majority Leader. Just a quick update for you. This is from John Bresnahan. Steny Hoyer had a mild stroke on Sunday. He is 85 years old. His office released a statement that said he had a mild ischemic stroke and sought medical treatment on Sunday night. He has responded well to treatment and has no lingering symptoms. He expects to resume his normal schedule next week. My best to Steny Hoyer. Our viewer Ion believes that this camera is in Nahariya. I don't know that for sure. Nahariya is in northwestern Israel. So I believe if it's not there, it's in somewhere near there. Thank you, Ion, for writing in. I haven't tried geolocating it or anything. Ligma thinks the Biden administration is trying very hard for a ceasefire, as this would be Biden's last chance to leave a positive legacy on his presidency. Well, I don't think he's just. I don't think the Biden administration is only interested in a ceasefire because of his legacy. I think he certainly would like to leave office with the Middle East in a more peaceful rather than a more warlike state. But I mean, you know, I think there's also been a big concern that countries generally don't want there to be big wars, and you know, the U.S. I'm sure does not want to be, the administration I'm sure does not want the U.S. to be dealing with some major war where they might have to defend Israel and commit military, maybe even have troops over there. And then who knows what that does to the price of oil. Like, there's all kinds of bad things that happen from war. So I think the main concern is to avoid some kind of regional war, and also, you know, try to work towards a more peaceful Middle East. But, you know, certainly I'm sure Biden would like to be able to say that he was able to help work a ceasefire, but I don't think that's his main goal. I think his main goal is to try to do what will help the U.S. and also help the situation in the Middle East. Thank you, Ligma, for writing in. Our viewer Bana El Asi asked about the thumbnail for the broadcast. The thumbnail is the Israeli flag, and then the picture in the thumbnail is of the supreme leader of Iran, who is Ayatollah Khamenei. And in Iran, the supreme leader has an enormous amount of power. The supreme leader is actually the leading political and religious and military figure in Iran. The armed forces are under the control of the supreme leader. So it's not some random picture of somebody in Iran. It is the supreme leader in Iran who is the one who, if Iran attacks Israel, the supreme leader would be the one to order that. And I'm guessing, with the amount of influence that Iran has on Hezbollah, being their major supporter and funder, that what the supreme leader says might have a lot of weight in whether and when Hezbollah attacks as well. So that is why the picture is on the broadcast. The picture on the thumbnail is of that person, Supreme Leader Khamenei. As Peter 2 says, he's the man who calls the shots. Yeah, a couple of viewers, like John Doe and another viewer, mentioned a report to me that says, yeah, the New York Times has a report that a Hamas official said today the group will not take part on the talks on Thursday. Now, a couple days ago, Hamas had released a statement which seemed to suggest that they would not be taking part in the talks on Thursday. But maybe today's statement is more conclusive. Again, the New York Times says A Hamas official said today that the group will not take part in the ceasefire talks on Thursday, sending a strong signal that any breakthrough in the negotiations was still elusive. Let me see if I have that reported elsewhere. Yeah, Sky News reported that as well. They said a Hamas representative in Lebanon has said they will not participate in new negotiations on Thursday, which was being anticipated anyway, that they wouldn't show up. Oh, hold on a second here. Give me one moment, guys. Quick thank you to... Thanks so much to Kristen Gates. I really appreciate all of your support. Kristen Gates, thank you. Kristen, much appreciated. Oops, hang on a moment here. So again, the New York Times and Sky News are mentioning that a Hamas official today said that Hamas would not be involved in the ceasefire talks. Although I guess the talks could still go on, and then someone there could could communicate remotely with Hamas or something. I don't know. I'm a little confused as to how that's going to work without Hamas there. This is a little too loud now. So the New York Times did say in their report, they said 2 officials briefed on the talks said Hamas would still be willing to engage with mediators after the meeting if Israel puts forward a serious response. Okay? So, and they also say, and the New York Times also says that even if Hamas isn't actually physically there, that doesn't mean the talks won't do anything, because Hamas hasn't had face-to-face meetings with Israel throughout the war and have been relying on Qatar and Egypt to carry the proposals back and forth. So, again, it sounds like even though Hamas, from the article in the New York Times that talks about the Hamas representative saying today they're not going to be at the talks, What they're saying is they're not going to have a Hamas person at the talks, but they very well might be participating in the sense that someone else at the talks can communicate with them and relay to them what's going on at the talks and also present their interests at the talks. Just to be clear on that, which is helpful context. Uh, 1927 Ethos says this is a bunch of diplomacy. Crimson Blood thinks that the talks are a waste of time, apparently. The people in the chat that are talking about rockets from Lebanon, I think you're talking about stuff that happened like 20, 30 minutes ago. There are no new rocket alerts. I think what I am going to do is, hang on a moment here. It is 12:02 a.m. It is past midnight. It is now the 14th in Israel. We are bringing you live coverage of the latest developments here. And hold on. Al Jazeera says that in the latest launch of rockets about 20, 30 minutes ago, they said 20 rockets were launched, some of which were intercepted and others which landed in open areas. That's what Al Jazeera is saying. Our viewer Elijah Sands thinks no one expected this long of a wait. Khan News also says, Khan News is reporting that in that rocket fire from Lebanon, the most recent burst of it, Khan News Israel says more than 20 rockets were launched. Some were intercepted. Others fell in agricultural areas. No injuries were reported. That is from Khan News Israel. Okay? We haven't even talked about Russia yet. I want to talk about that too. But what I'm going to do first is right now what I'm going to do is, hold on a moment. If you have watched these streams, you know that we stay on for a long time and I need to eat something in the middle of the stream. So I'm going to take 5 minutes right now and I'm going to put the food in the air fryer so I can eat it after it cooks. So I'm going to throw this up here. There, it says Steve will be back in 5 minutes. So give me 5 minutes. I'm going to put some food in the air fryer. I'll come back and we'll do more updates for you. And I will leave the stream up and the video up for the next 5 minutes. And you can talk in the chat and everything, and I'll see you in about 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience. Hang on. Okay, I am cooking some food, and we're bringing you updates here. And shout out to our moderators. I really appreciate you being here. We have, right now moderating, Havasu Mom is here. Thank you so much, Havasu Mom. Sarah 55, Jessica S, Sabrina, thank you. And also on Facebook, we have Charlotte Webb is there. Thank you. Raven Lynn. I know Valerie Gail Griffin was there before. Thank you. Paul Anderson. Ronald Egnor. Any others I'm missing? On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, De Bears, David Green, Hearsay, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thanks. And Linda Belk and Larry on X, thanks for being there. Quick shout out, Ronald Egnor is moderating, thanks Ronald. Quick shout out to our subscribers on Facebook like Diane Allworth and Ronald Egnor, Alicia Rivera, Eve Richards. Thanks to all of our subscribers over there and our Twitch subscribers and YouTube members too. Oh, Natcat Bushbaum, thanks Natcat for subscribing on Facebook as well. And Jared Sparks, thank you Jared. And thanks so much to Haunted Bagel with the avatar I really like. Thanks Haunted Bagel for the gift membership. Thanks Martin Gingrich. So there's two feeds up here, Martin. The other feeds I have today, which there's another Tel Aviv one, but I can't show it at the same time as the Lebanon border one, and I want to show that one most of all. So, and then there's a Jerusalem one I have, but that I don't feel like Jerusalem is as likely to have something happen there as Tel Aviv. So that's the different feeds I have access to at the moment. These two I think are the best to show at the moment. There's also one of the Israel-Gaza border, but that's not as relevant right now. If I need to, I can show it. Thanks also to Ramon Van Ziel. Thank you, Ramon. I appreciate that. And Danielle Klingenberg, our new member. Thank you, Danielle. I'm just checking for some updates here. Oh, thank you also, Sweetum63. Thank you for the gift membership, Sweetum63. Thank you. Make sure if somebody gives you a gift membership, you thank them. Thank you, Sweetum. It's really nice of you. And thank you so much to Robert R. for your support. Really appreciate that, Robert R. Thank you, Robert. I'm just doing kind of a quick check over of different sources here to see if there's any big updates for you. I'm not seeing it at the moment. After I eat, we'll talk about what's going on in Russia. And in Ukraine. We'll talk about that when I get back. Oh, I think Hezbollah posted something on their social media just talking about the rockets they fired a little while ago. Let's see if I can find it here. Can't even find it where they posted. I think they posted. I can't find it at the moment, though. Oh, and thank you also. A lot of people just gave gift memberships in YouTube. That's really nice of you. Sweetums gave more memberships. Thank you so much, Sweetums. French Fried Girl gave 20 people memberships over there in the YouTube chat. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Math Wizard gave 5 people memberships. Thank you. Dean Nolan is a new member. Thank you, Dean. Also, thank you, Robert R. Robert, I don't know what the timing is here. Stuff could happen today. Maybe Hezbollah and Iran are waiting for these Thursday talks to happen just to be able to say that they didn't interfere with those. Or maybe they think there might be some breakthrough which might allow them to do less of a strike or something. I don't know. We'll have to just see. I don't think it's going to be I don't think they're going to wait 2 more weeks, but your guess is as good as mine. Hey, guys, give me about 30 seconds. Just give me about 20. Actually, give me about 20 seconds. I just need 20 seconds. Hang on. For those people who missed it, I know a bunch of you have seen this, but in case you missed it, it was reported earlier today that, by Barak Ravid, that, Secretary of State Blinken of the U.S. delayed his trip to the Middle East and won't travel to the region tonight as planned due to the uncertainty about the situation. Also, two U.S. officials told Barak Ravid they did not expect an attack by Iran today. We'll have to see what happens. But Secretary of State Blinken did postpone his trip. He was supposed to go to the Middle East tonight. Oh, and thank you, Sweetums gave 5 more people memberships. Thank you, Sweetums. 63LOL, that's really kind of you. And also Janet Burnett and Chaz and A to Z all gave 5 people memberships. That's really cool of you. And thanks to our new members, Angel Baby Max and Chrissy G over there on YouTube. Thank you. Also, quick thanks to Savage Beastie and What Plants Crave for your support on Twitch. So in a couple minutes, what I'm going to do in a couple minutes is I'm going to eat the food I made so that we can keep doing our coverage, because we're going to keep staying on the air tonight, Israel time, but I'll need to eat some food. So in a couple minutes I'll eat my food, and while I'm eating my food, if something big happens while I'm eating my food, I will stop eating my food and rush back in here. I'm just going to be in the next room. If nothing big happens while I'm eating, then I'll finish eating and then come back in and we'll continue our coverage. But I will be keeping an eye out, watching things while I'm eating. Thank you, Nostritch, our new member, and also Dean Nolan for your support as well. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Ione, Ion said he was in Nahariya, Israel last year, and he says that is where this camera is. That's from Ion. He said you could geolocate the buildings too. I'll geolocate, which maybe when I have a second I'll do that. Because I was trying to figure out exactly where the cameras were. But I'll have to figure it out. I'll look into it later. Thank you to Ramon Van Ziel as well for becoming a member. Thank you, Ramon. I appreciate that. Bernard Dorr thinks Iran is waiting for Israel to attack it. Smooth Operator thinks that Iran won't attack until after the failed peace talks. Remember, it's not just Iran, it's Hezbollah too. They are expected to attack because Israel assassinated a top Hezbollah commander 2 weeks ago. All right, we're going to do this. So here's what we're going to do. It's time to take my food break so I can eat, because I need to eat something. It's not going to be pretty if I don't eat something soon. I'll have more energy when I eat something. So I thank you for your patience in advance. So how we're going to do this is I'm going to leave the cameras up. I'll turn the volume up. The stream will still go. You can chat. I'll be watching what's going on while I eat. If there's anything big, I will immediately come in here. I'll drop my fork and come right in here. If there's not anything big, then I'll come back in after I eat. But there could be something that happens, and that happened a couple days ago. There were sirens on the camera, and I ran in here. Let me take my headphones out. But that's what the plan is. It's going to pause for a second. Give it a second to pause. Give it a second to pause here. Hang on a moment. I think we're back. Okay, so hang out. Oops, you can't even read this. There we go. Again, I will keep an eye on what's going on. If there's big doings, I'll just come back in here immediately. Otherwise, I'll see you right after I eat, and we'll see you in a little bit. Hey guys, there is a rocket alert right now. I was just about to eat and I saw a rocket alert. So let me just figure out what's going on with that. Hang on a second here. There is a rocket alert in Holit. Holit, which is, oh, it's near Gaza. There's a rocket alert in Holit, which is south of Gaza. It's near Gaza. Our Gaza camera won't get that because our Gaza camera is north of Gaza. So there's a rocket alert in, there's a rocket alert in just south of Gaza in Holit. So that is not going to be the big response. I'll just show you on the map where that is. Holit is here, right here. There's Gaza. Oops. There's Gaza, and then there's Holit right there. Okay, so right in here. So let me. I was just about to eat. So I'll keep an eye on things. This in itself would not be the big response from Israel or Lebanon or Hezbollah, from Iran or Hezbollah, but I will certainly keep an eye on it. And if more big stuff comes in, let me eat, and then I'll be back shortly. Okay, but I'll keep an eye out what's going on with this. Thank you for your patience. We are back. We are live. It is 1:16 a.m. I have eaten, which is good. Let me put my headphones on. Hang on a moment here. Contact lens issue. Contact lens problem. We good? Can I still see? I think my lens is still in. All right, hang on a second here. Okay, it is 1:17 a.m. It is now Wednesday the 14th in Israel. Let me try to get you some updates as to what's going on. Thanks, by the way, to What Plants Crave and Savage Beastie for your support on Twitch. Also, thank you to thanks so much to Just Our Take and Josh B. Thanks for your support. I really appreciate it. And also Robert R. Thank you so much, Robert. Robert asks if Iran could hit U.S. bases in Iraq via their proxies in the region, while also striking Israel. So, something that the Institute for the Study of War has said in their analysis of this situation is they said one option for Iran to try, if Iran was concerned with not getting lots of its projectiles shot down, the Institute for the Study of War said one option they might try is to have their proxies in Iraq and Syria attack U.S. troops in Iraq and Syria to basically distract the U.S. from shooting down Iranian missiles and drones and those of their partners. I have no idea if that'll happen, but that is a scenario that the Institute for the Study of War suggested could happen. One possible, because most of the drones and missiles that Iran launched in April got shot down. So if Iran were going to launch a similar attack, they would have to have some kind of plan to, and they wanted it to do significant damage, they would have to have some kind of plan to make it different from April. So that would be one option open to them. We'll look at the ISW stuff a little later, but Institute for the Study of War also talks about how they could launch stuff closer to Israel instead of launching drones from Iran, for example, several hours away. They could launch drones from Lebanon via Hezbollah, which would take minutes to get there. So it is one option. Who knows what their response will look like, but we'll have to see. Thank you so much, Robert R., for your support. I appreciate that, Robert R. Jamie asks if there's any new airspace restrictions. No, I have not heard of any new airspace restrictions. Hang on a second here. Oh, I have an update on Syria, guys. I have an update on Syria. Give me a moment here. So we had heard some reports that U.S. troops at a base in Syria might have been fired at, like with rockets or something. So Reuters says projectiles did not impact U.S. base in Syria, U.S. officials say. Projectiles launched in the direction of a U.S. air base in Syria in a gas field in Syria's Deir al-Zor province did not hit the facility, two U.S. officials said Tuesday. Earlier, a security source told Reuters that Iran-backed militia targeted the base with 6 shells, all of which fell in the vicinity of the U.S. base, adding that the U.S.-led coalition responded to the attack with artillery. The U.S. official, speaking on the condition of anonymity, said the projectiles did not hit the U.S. base and there were no injuries. The official cited initial reports that can change. Lebanese pro-Iranian television channel Al Mayadeen said U.S. warplanes were flying intensely in the skies of Deir al-Zor countryside following the attack. ConocoPhillips said it was aware of reports of damage to a U.S. and coalition base in eastern Syria, bearing the name Conoco, but its assets in Syria were divested in the early 2000s. On Tuesday, the Pentagon said 8 U.S. service members were injured in a drone attack on a base in Syria last week. So no injuries. The projectiles did not impact the U.S. base in Syria today, the ones that were fired at it. Okay? That is from Reuters. Some of our viewers have asked why the U.S. has troops in Iraq and Syria. So Voice of America said in an article in February, they said that U.S. troops are stationed in Iraq and Syria to fight against Islamic State militants and are also helping advise local forces. That's according to Voice of America in an article from February. I don't know if that was there's a Reuters article that says the same thing. So, oh, I'm sorry, that actually was a Reuters article from February. VOA had published a Reuters article. That was a Reuters article that said that. Sorry for the confusion. Oh, the siren in southern Israel was, I think, a false alarm. While I was eating, there was a siren near Gaza. Yes, the sirens in Kibbutz Holit next to Gaza was a false alarm. Just so you know. Hey, thank you to Andrew Connor for your support. Andrew Connor, thank you. You can reach me at Lookner on X. You can send me your comments and questions. I wanted to, we haven't even talked about it yet. I wanted to talk about the situation in Russia for a second. Real quick, in case you haven't seen it, I know a lot of you have, but in case you haven't seen it, Barak Ravid had reposted earlier today, reporter, that Secretary of State Blinken has delayed his trip to the Middle East and won't travel to the region tonight as planned due to the uncertainty about the situation, according to two sources. Also, two U.S. officials told me they do not expect an Iranian attack today. There is some reporting suggesting that perhaps Iran and Hezbollah might be waiting until the ceasefire talks that are supposed to happen on Thursday. I don't know that for a fact. No, Barak Ravid never said the attack was in hours. He never said that. I have mentioned this story before, but there's some reporting like this which suggests maybe Iran would wait until the ceasefire talks before they respond, or same with Hezbollah. This story from Reuters says only Gaza ceasefire can delay Iran's Israel response, say Iranian officials. And I'm not going to read the whole thing now. Let me just, a couple things from the article. It says, one Iranian source, says Reuters, a senior Iranian security official, said Iran, along with allies such as Hezbollah, would launch a direct attack if the Gaza talks fail or it perceives Israel is dragging out negotiations. These sources did not say how long Iran would allow for talks to progress before responding. So the sources that Reuters talked to say that Iran's going to wait for the talks. Iran and Hezbollah are going to wait for the talks to start and see how they go. I don't know that that's true. Could be true. I don't know. We'll have to see. The talks start on Thursday. Greg Cuero says, okay, bring it on. Let's all have peace talks first. Steve Reason thinks Iran is looking for an exit ramp. I don't know, Karine, what time the peace talks are scheduled for. They're supposed to be in the Middle East, so you're talking well ahead of Eastern Time U.S. But I don't know how many days they'd go on for. They might be in Doha, Qatar, which is Doha, Qatar, which is the same time as Israel. Thank you, by the way, to Donna Smith for the gift memberships. It's very nice of you, Donna. Thank you. Also, Arthur, thanks for being a member. Thank you, Zanti Misfit, for your support. Thank you, Zanti, and Raphael Legond. Raphael's comment mentioned Putin. We're going to talk about Putin in a second, because we're going to talk about the Russia situation in a second. I keep meaning to get to it. We haven't even gotten to it. Nader Nation says peace talks aren't going to happen, just the U.S. stalling it out. Well, I think there really are supposed to be peace talks. Now, Hamas may not be there in person. There's some reporting suggesting that they won't show up in person, but they might have someone there who can talk on their behalf from one of the moderating countries. Oh, thank you, Haunted Bagel, for the gift membership as well. I appreciate that, Haunted Bagel. All right, let's talk about this. Dave Hook says, how long does it take red alert to occur if Iran launches missiles? I don't know that red alert would occur, because I think red alert app, I think, is only for rocket alerts, isn't it? Because there's I'm guessing people in Israel have a system where they get alerted about all kinds of things. But the red alert app may only be for rockets. I'm not sure. I might be wrong about that. I don't even remember. Somebody from Israel might know. But the Iron Dome would not be shooting down missiles. It's made to shoot down projectiles fired from a close distance. A closer distance than Iran. Oh, it does some drone alerts too. Right, it picks up drone stuff, but I don't know that it would give an alert for missiles. But if it didn't, I'm guessing in Israel they have a way to alert people. It's not, given how it's such a rare thing, it's not like a huge thing on the app to not have the app do it. Okay, let's read a little bit on what's going on with Russia and Ukraine with that whole Kursk incursion. The Ukraine incursion into Kursk, Russia is still ongoing. Russia says it thwarted a Ukrainian charge to expand its incursion. Kyiv says it won't occupy land. Let's read a little update here from Associated Press on the situation. Kursk is a region just across the border from Ukraine in Russia. And Ukraine has launched a incursion into Kursk. This photo from AP is a photo of Russian Marine assault team members riding motorcycles toward Ukrainian position at an undisclosed location on August 12th. Okay. So AP says Russia said today that its forces checked an effort by Ukrainian troops to expand a stunning week-long incursion into the Kursk region. As a Ukrainian Foreign Ministry spokesman said Ukraine has no intention of occupying Russian territory. Actually, I can show you a map here. Where is it here? Let's see. So this is from the Institute for the Study of War. It's understandingwar.org, which is a great site for military analysis. It says Ukrainian incursion into Kursk. So what you see down here is you see there's Ukraine. There's Russian-occupied Ukraine, and it's right here. Near Kharkiv and... right here near Kharkiv and Sumy. It says area of detail. And so the blue area is claimed limit of Ukrainian advances in Kursk over the Ukrainian border. I'll post a link to that page with the map in the chat. All right, so AP says Russia said today that its forces checked an effort by Ukrainian troops to expand a stunning week-long incursion into the Kursk region. As a Ukrainian Foreign Ministry spokesman said, Ukraine has no intention of occupying Russian territory. Russian army units, including fresh reserves, aircrafts, drone teams, and artillery forces, stopped Ukrainian armored mobile groups from moving deeper into Russia near the Kursk settlements of Obshikolodez, Snagost, Kauchuk, and Alexeyevsky, said a Russian Defense Ministry statement. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry spokesman said the cross-border operation was aimed at protecting Ukrainian land from long-range strikes launched from Kursk. Ukraine is not interested in taking the territory of the Kursk region, but we want to protect the lives of our people, he said. The Ukrainian Foreign Ministry spokesperson said Russia had launched more than 2,000 strikes from the Kursk region in recent months, using anti-aircraft missiles, artillery, mortars, drones, 255 glide bombs, and more than 100 missiles. Ukrainian Foreign Minister spokesman said, the purpose of this operation is to preserve the lives of our children, to protect the territory of Ukraine from Russian strikes. I don't know if that's the purpose or the only purpose. I mean, this is what Ukraine is publicly saying the purpose is. The commander of the Ukrainian military said in a video posted to President Zelensky's Telegram today that Ukraine now controls 74 settlements in the Kursk region. Ukrainian troops have continued to advance, gaining control over 15 square miles of territory in the past 24 hours, he said. Fights are ongoing along the entire front line. The situation, despite the high intensity of combat, is under control, he said. Ukraine's Western partners have said Ukraine has the right to defend itself, including by attacking across the border. So there was this thing that got a bunch of press. Again, like it's like there was like some sort of, I believe, like a failed attempt to move forward by Ukraine in Kursk. Oh, let me just say some more from this article, from this AP article. Ukraine's undermanned army has struggled to hold back the bigger, better equipped Russian forces in Donetsk and eastern occupied Ukraine. The Ukrainian military claims its charge onto Russian soil that began August 6th has already encompassed about 386 square miles of Russian territory. The goals of the swift advance into the Kursk region have been a closely guarded military secret. Analysts say a catalyst may also have been Ukraine's desire to ease pressure on the front line by attempting to draw Kremlin forces into defending Kursk and other border areas. If so, the increased pressure around Pokrovsk suggests Moscow did not take the base. Pokrovsk is in where is that? Is that Donetsk? Hold on. Donetsk, yes. Ukraine's ambitious operation, says AP, the biggest attack on Russia since World War II. Again, the biggest attack on Russia since World War II has rattled the Kremlin. It compelled Russian President Vladimir Putin to convene a meeting Monday with his top defense officials. Apparently, Ukraine assembled thousands of troops, some Western analysts estimate up to 12,000, on the border in recent weeks without Russia noticing or acting. About 121,000 people have been evacuated from Kursk or have fled the areas affected by the fighting on their own, Russian officials say. The Institute for the Study of War said it has seen geolocated footage indicating that Ukrainian forces advanced as much as 15 miles from the border. A motive behind Ukraine's bold dive into Russia was to stir up unrest, according to Putin, but he said that effort would fail. The successful border breach was also surprising because Ukraine has been short of manpower at the front as it waits for new brigades to complete training. Dara Massacote, an analyst at the Carnegie Endowment, said the Ukrainian breakthrough was a smart move because it exploited gaps between various Russian commands in Kursk, border guards, Ministry of Defense forces, and Chechen units that have been fighting on Russian side in the war. Russian command and control is fractured in Kursk, Massacote said on X late Monday. We'll get you a little more on that too. But the Ukrainian forces are still there in Kursk. It's kind of hard to get up to the minute information. Can be a little unclear what's happening at a given time. Sorry, after I eat, this happens like every day. I get a little like food coma-y, I guess, is how you could describe it, after I eat. So I apologize for that. Digesting my food. Nubla Khan says, I have good intel that an Iran attack may or may not happen tonight. Thank you, Red Squirrel, for the support. I really appreciate that, Red Squirrel 82. Tor Melkson says, on top of that, the Ukrainian incursion has the effect of shocking the, I'll say, heck out of Putin. Los Gatos de Wilson said, didn't Russia say they stopped them 4 days ago? Yeah, I believe the General Gerasimov, the top military figure in Russia, I believe he said they were stopped like around 4 days ago, which was wrong. Which appears to be wrong. It's another article I want to check out from Reuters. Ukraine says it is still advancing in Russia's Kursk region, hints at next steps. Let's see. Reuters says that Ukraine said today its biggest cross-border assault of the war to date had taken control of 74 settlements in Russia's Kursk region and was still advancing, making gains of 1 to 3 kilometers in the last 24 hours. Ukraine blindsided Moscow by pouring thousands of troops into the western region of Kursk last week. The surprise operation has given Ukraine its biggest battlefield gain since 2022 after months on the back foot. The account given by Ukraine today jarred with the picture painted by Russia, where Major General Apti Alaudinov said Ukraine's troops had been halted, while the defense ministry said attacks had been repelled at villages around 16 to 17 miles from the border. President Zelensky said Ukraine's forces had rounded up Russian POWs who would be swapped for captured Ukrainian fighters, touting what he described as an expanding exchange fund. Ukraine has discussed few details about its plans, in stark contrast with last year's counteroffensive that was vaunted for months in advance and which ended up failing to breach well-prepared Russian defensive lines. Russian President Putin has vowed to hit back at Ukraine with a worthy response and accused Kyiv's Western masters of helping Ukraine. Serhiy Kuzan, chairman of the Ukrainian Security and Cooperation Center, a non-governmental research group, said the Ukrainian assault was an asymmetrical response to a positional war of attrition Russia was trying to impose to exhaust Ukraine's troops and resources. On Monday, Russia's regional governor in Kursk said that Ukraine's forces had taken control of 28 settlements in an incursion that was about 12 kilometers deep and 40 kilometers wide. Though less than half of Ukraine's estimate of its gains, the Russian assessment was a striking public admission of a major setback more than 29 months after Russia launched a full-scale invasion of its smaller neighbor. Yeah, there was some reporting. I haven't watched the videos, but I believe there's a bunch of videos maybe and reporting about some kind of failed Ukrainian move forward in Kursk recently. I think it was maybe yesterday. Yeah, Yaroslav Trofimov of Wall Street Journal said there was a spectacular failure of yesterday's Ukrainian company-sized probe into Gyri. He says several BTR-4 vehicles were lost in Gyri. There are videos posted. I can't show the videos. I don't own the videos. But there are videos posted of some Ukrainian vehicles getting hit in Gyri. I'm watching one right now of an armored Ukrainian vehicle just get really struck in, I guess yesterday, in Gyri. I'll post a link. It's not graphic, but I'll post a link to Yaroslav Trofimov's video in the chat. Yeah, and Yaroslav Trofimov, who talked about Gyri in his post today and posted the video of Gyri, he is not some pro-Russian blogger or something like that. Yaroslav is the Wall Street Journal's chief foreign affairs correspondent. Oh, thank you, Back Garden Astronomy, who says, did Iran release a notice to air missions in April? Yeah, I don't know if they did. I don't know if Iran announced that they were closing their airspace in April or not. I don't remember. I just don't know. Certainly, if we see airspace closures, that could mean something. If we see Israel issue some sort of orders to all of its citizens that they should, stay close to their shelters or something, that could mean something. Always Hope says, all this waiting around has me needing closure. Bruce says Yaroslav is Russian. Well, I don't care where he was born. I don't know his background. But if somebody is born from Russian or has Russian, parents or something, that doesn't mean they can't be an unbiased reporter. I have read his reporting for a while now, and he is not like Mr. Pro-Russia. He's born in Ukraine, actually. He's Ukrainian born. Some more fake news from our chat. His Wikipedia says he's Ukrainian born. Yes. Al Akamo says, come on, chat, do your research. I'd like to find out more about that whole Jiryi thing. Is there another spelling for Jiryi? The Jiryi, when Yaroslav Trofimov talks about Jiryi, he says Giryi. But I feel like maybe he's spelling it different than some people are, because I feel like there should be more stuff about it. Eddie Jones thinks Iran won't do anything until Thursday or Friday. Devil Dog thinks it's pronounced Giryi. Hey, it's 1:57, guys. 1:57 a.m. Since we've been on the air, there have been a couple of there were a couple instances earlier where Hezbollah, I believe both of them were Hezbollah, fired rockets from Lebanon into Israel. I haven't heard reports of any injuries or damage from those. And those weren't like the big response. They were just kind of your normal. I think like one was maybe 20 rockets around there. One was around 15 rockets. Avery says Lebanon fires rockets every day. I don't know if it's every single day, but it's a lot of days. Yes, Fisherling. We read this article. We've looked at this article a few times. I'm not going to. Maybe I'll read it a little later. But there is a report from Reuters that says only Gaza ceasefire can delay Iran's Israel response, say Iranian officials. But these officials who talk to Reuters suggest that Iran is going to hold off until the ceasefire talks. By the way, I would think the overwhelming probability is that the ceasefire talks will not result in a ceasefire. Is that a plane? We might have just heard a plane. Thank you, A Moment of Lovely, for your support. I appreciate that, A Moment of Lovely. Big shout out to our moderators who are here, Ruth Krafasi, Sabrina. Linda Belk and Larry. And Charlotte Webb. Valerie Gale Griffin, Paul Anderson, Ronald Egnor. And in Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, DeBears, David Green Hearsay, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Papa Bear, and Surly Div. You know, by the way, the Democratic Convention is in 6 days. So we could have an issue with the Democratic Convention because if this is still going on in 6 days, it's going to be running into the Democratic Convention. Normally, I would cover the whole Democratic Convention. So there's that. You can have both things going on at once. Be like this, you know, same time. I don't know what I'm going to do. We'll have to just see where things. We'll have to see where things are at. I don't know that we'll do a split screen. I don't know what we'll do. I don't know what we'll do. I just don't know. I haven't figured it out. We could also show like some of the convention. I liked when we covered the Republican convention. I liked being able to see the different speakers and just kind of see the whole thing and see what everybody was talking about. I thought it was, I liked being able to cover the whole thing. But we'll have to see where things are with this. I don't know where things are going to be. Will Iran and Hezbollah wait until the ceasefire talks to happen? Those are supposed to start Thursday. How long will they wait for? Yes, Fade to Bolivius is make sure to mute the music in the convention. Exactly. We should do a poll about the time of the attack because we haven't even done that poll yet. We do it all all of our coverage. We do it every time we cover this. We'll do a poll. Yes, it is 2:05 a.m. Israel time. Poll time. I'm just filling out the poll here. All right. Here we go. We're going to do the poll right now. Get ready for the poll. Get ready for the poll. Oops, that didn't work. People on Twitch say they're ready. All right, let's see what people are saying in our poll. We ask this every stream we cover this. When will the attack happen? Or at least the first attack. When will it happen? So YouTube says, oops. Bigger, sorry. 31% say tonight or tomorrow. 27% say Thursday through Saturday. 16% say next week or later, and 26% say never. That is from our YouTube viewers. I keep moving the wrong thing here. And then let's get Twitch up there. Let's see what Twitch has to say. Oopsie. All right, here's what Twitch has to say. 20% say not today or tomorrow, 31% Thursday through Saturday, 14% next week, and 35% say never over on Twitch. Beth Shepard gets 30 Thursday through Saturday. At that point, the ceasefire talks will already have started. Oh, I'm sorry. On Twitch, it should have said next week or later. I think, did I say that, or is it just not? It's not included on there. I might have left out or later on Twitch. It's supposed to say next week or later. All right, thank you for voting. About half of you think tonight or tomorrow, and half don't. World says, can you ask an easy poll question? Thanks, World. It's not like an exam. No one's getting graded on it. You know what? I just need to take 1 minute here. Hold on. Oops. No, I'm not eating. I'm not eating. I'm done eating. I already ate. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back in 1 minute. Hold on. See, I'm back. I'm back. Where is... Guys, it's 2:13. We might talk about Bangladesh for a second. All right, I'm wrapping up the YouTube poll. Normally we would have covered Bangladesh, but there's been so much going on that I ended up not covering it because we were covering this stuff. So I might want to talk about it for a second because we never talked about it. So I can learn a little more about it. I'm embarrassed at how little I know about that story. It's really embarrassing. You know, also another thing that's happening tomorrow is there's a NASA, I think a press appearance or something where they're going to talk about the crew of the Boeing Starliner. Is that tomorrow? I can't find it. I thought there was some sort of NASA thing tomorrow. Yes, right here. Here it is. On Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern, NASA leaders will provide an update on Boeing Space's Starliner crew flight test as mission managers continue to evaluate the Starliner's spacecraft readiness. This was a Boeing spacecraft that went to the International Space Station on a test flight couple months ago, I think, and it was only supposed to be like a week-long mission, and there was a problem with some of the thrusters, and now they're worried about having the astronauts come back on that same spacecraft. And they might end up taking another spacecraft like SpaceX, a SpaceX craft, but they might have to wait till next year to go home. The Starliner launch was June 5th. It was over 2 months ago. So there's this question as to, are they going to try to bring the astronauts back, the 2 astronauts on the original Boeing Starliner craft that's just, sitting there attached to the space station or not? So that's another thing where I don't know if are they going to actually announce it tomorrow? Like if this story weren't going on, I'd be like, well, we'll cover that. But it says they're going to provide an update. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that they're going to say what they're going to do. They might just say we're still figuring it out. Wendigo says, talk about getting paid overtime. I don't know if they get overtime pay for turning a 1 week mission into months and months and months. Hang on a second here. No, Iran did not call off the attacks. That is just false. I don't know why you're saying that, but it's false. So that's something we'll keep an eye on. Guys, are we hearing like cars drive by, or I feel like we might be hearing aircraft. I don't know. I kind of feel like we're hearing planes once in a while. Most nights we don't hear planes on this shot, but I do feel like we're hearing a bunch. Aren't we hearing planes? Barry says the last one sounded like a jet. Some people think it's cars. Sheila says sounds like planes. We haven't looked at it because I haven't heard anything kind of crazy is going on, but I'll just show it to you anyway. There's the flight radar. There's flights in Iran like usual, and flights in Iraq, and there's planes around, planes going in and out of Tel Aviv. These are coming to land at Tel Aviv right there. There's another one landing at Tel Aviv. Mario, I hope there aren't injuries in the attack, but we'll have to see what happens. I mean, it's very unclear what's going to happen here. Iran and Hezbollah both said they're going to respond to Israel, but it's not clear when, it's not clear how. I would assume it'd be on the sooner side rather than, 3 weeks from now. Yeah, there's a drill. There's somebody's drilling on the live shot. Thanks so much to Claire Durkee Worthington. Thank you, Claire. I really appreciate that. Thanks. Yeah, somebody's drilling at 2 in the morning. Oh, somebody thinks it's a leaf blower or construction. I don't know. Maybe there's repairs somewhere. Maybe the city's doing some repairs. Charlie Polvinos thinks if there's a strike, it will be in the 3 to 9 a.m. range, Israel time. Now people are laughing. You know, I saw an interesting piece of analysis in this, the magazine Foreign Policy, which I subscribe to, Foreign Policy. And they have an article currently out called America's Middle East Defense Rests on Aircraft Carriers. And you know what they talk about? So, you know, there already is an American carrier group in the Middle East. And the defense secretary a couple days ago told another carrier to accelerate its trip to the Middle East. And it was originally supposed to go and replace the first one, but it's not replacing the first one yet. So, because I was wondering about that, but the notice said to accelerate. It didn't say to. It didn't say. I think the notice that the Secretary of Defense said was that second carrier was supposed to join the first. I think that's what it said. But I want to. This article talked about that a little bit. I want to mention that. Where is it here? I can't find the announcement, the statement by the defense secretary, where they talked about sending the extra aircraft carrier. Anyways, that point aside, this foreign policy article, it looks like what's happening is that the USS Lincoln, oh, I found the statement here. Yeah, this statement here. Austin orders additional naval assets to Middle East amid rising tensions. And in the statement, he ordered the... Oh, that's from before. That's an earlier one, no. No, that's from August 12th. Okay, yes. Right. So he told the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group to accelerate its trip to the Middle East, to the region, and it's going to be adding to the USS Theodore Roosevelt carrier strike group. So it looks like right now that there's going to be 2 carrier strike groups in the region, not one replacing the other. And this article by Foreign Policy, which says America's Middle East defense rests on aircraft carriers, it talks about having those 2 aircraft carriers there. And it says, this is the second time in 6 months that the U.S. has had 2 carriers in the region. First one was October. A retired U.S. Navy captain and senior fellow at Sagamore Institute, Jerry Hendricks, said in this article in Foreign Policy, 2 carriers is definitely a signal. It allows us to cover both sides of the Middle East. You've got one coming out of the Mediterranean. That gives you double coverage to be able to cover down on Israel on one side and lay pressure on Iran on the other side. So it is interesting that there'll be those 2 carriers there at the same time in the region. Artful Nothing says that's a lot of air power in one spot. Thanks so much, Andrew James. Andrew said there's a couple of RAF aircraft on flight radar. There are regularly military aircraft on flight radar, and just to be clear, I mean, I'll go look at it, but just to be clear, no one I follow who really knows the flight radar has said that there's anything on it that's so out of place today or that makes them think something is imminent. Yeah, people are tracking it. So there's a flight, there's a couple of these planes here near Syria, right here. This one here, these are both UK Royal Air Force flights. Again, military planes frequently appear on flight radar. I'm not aware of any kind of report that this is somehow super meaningful for when the attacks are going to happen. But you can look at that. If you go to Flight Radar 24 is where you can get Flight Radar 24. FlightRadar24.com. It's a nice site. But these are flying west of Syria, northwest of Lebanon, and north of Israel. Our viewer Aloha says those planes are part of Operation Shader. It's completely normal for them to be flying at this time. Now, I that very well might be correct. I can't confirm it myself. That noise is so annoying on the feed right now. I don't know who's is it like a blender? Is it a vacuum? What is it? But is it a drill? It's so annoying. Is it a pump? I got to turn it down. It's really driving me crazy. It's 3 in the morning there. It's 2:31 a.m. It's really driving me bonkers. Even at this low volume, it's driving me bonkers. Sorry, I had to turn it down for a second. It's incessant. Big Time thinks there are a lot more cars on the stream. You mean on the... Which stream? The Tel Aviv one up top or the one we're hearing? I thought some of it was planes. I don't know. Thanks big time for writing in. Josh Barnes says, I've heard Iran will not retaliate if there is a ceasefire agreed on Thursday. We're not sure about that, by the way. I think President Biden suggested that. By the way, personally, I think there's a very, very, very small chance of a ceasefire. If so, does that mean there'll be nothing until Thursday? We don't know. We don't know. I read an article a couple times earlier in the stream where an Iranian official said something to Reuters, which seemed to suggest they were going to wait for the ceasefire talks to respond. But I don't know. It's possible they're waiting till Thursday. It's possible they're waiting to see how the ceasefire talks play out, Hezbollah and Iran. But I can't guarantee you that. Thank you so much, Camus, who thinks the camera is near a 24/7 kosher smoothie kiosk. We never heard that sound other nights, though. I would remember it. Thank you so much, Camus, for your support. And Cherry Cola, thanks for being a member for 37 months. Wow. Will it be the same as the attack in April? I don't think it'll be the exact same, because the attack in April, most of those things got shot down. It was like 170 drones and 100-something missiles. So they're going to have to change it. If they want it to not get all shot down, they'll have to change it somehow. But maybe it'll be something else. You know, everybody's expecting drones and missiles, and maybe they'll do something else. We don't know for sure. Thanks, Shaft, for the gift membership. Shaft just gave 5 people memberships over there on YouTube. Thank you, Shaft. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a membership. Jeremy thinks the longer it takes gives time for tensions to cool. Now somebody's like firing up their motorcycles. What's this here? Let's see. Hold on a second. Just looking at something right now. I was just checking this article out to see if it said anything that was particularly new and interesting. So the Wall Street Journal says it remains unclear if an attack by Iran before Thursday would affect the ceasefire talks. Iranian officials indicated, including to mediators, that Tehran could hold off from launching an attack if there was real progress toward a ceasefire in the talks. Two U.S. officials said the Biden administration might call for postponing the talks if strikes happen beforehand. Oh, the Wall Street Journal says Israel's military thinks Iran is planning to carry out an attack against the country, but is no longer expecting it to be imminent. That's what the Wall Street Journal said today. It changes like every day. Constantly changing. But I'm literally looking at today's article from the Wall Street Journal, and it says that. Yeah, so Wall Street Journal also says, we talked about this earlier, Israel's far-right politicians say defeating Hamas should be given priority over freeing the hostages. And the finance minister and the national security minister in the government, I believe they're both in far-right groups, far-right parties, said they would oppose a hostage deal and leave the governing coalition if Netanyahu agrees to a ceasefire under conditions they oppose. Yeah, this is just what we talked about. Wall Street Journal says Netanyahu depends on the far right to keep his ruling coalition intact. So that's a problem with a possible ceasefire, is that if Netanyahu agrees to a ceasefire, the people in the far right parts of his government, the far right groups in the government might say, well, we haven't defeated Hamas yet, so we're not going to support you anymore. And then he's no longer prime minister because he doesn't have enough support. So again, Wall Street Journal says Israel's military thinks Iran is planning to carry out an attack against the country, but is no longer expecting it to be imminent. Imminent means about to happen. They also said the complete sentence is from that article: Israel's military thinks Iran is planning to carry out an attack against the country, but is no longer expecting it to be imminent, said a person familiar with the matter who didn't give a reason for the latest assessment. Richard Brennan says, I guess planning something big. Who knows? You know, it's entirely possible. You just don't really know what's going on. It's entirely possible that, like, you know, maybe in Iran they've been arguing over what to do. Maybe they decided, like, we got to do something where we have, you know, we want to do like a rocket and something with drones and missiles, but we want Hezbollah to launch a bunch, and we want to have a bunch launched from Iraq and Syria, and like we got to it's going to take some time to get the weaponry there and to get everything coordinated. So they can say it's possible that Iran is just, they're not delaying, that they've been figuring out what to do and how to do it and getting things in place. Now, if that's the case, they can still make it look like they're waiting for the peace talks. They can send people out there and talk to the press and say, oh, well, we want to see what happens with the peace talks, when really they're just planning stuff. So who knows we don't know what's going on. We just don't know. Dante thinks they're getting cold feet. Hey, thank you, Michael Bridge. I don't know, how in terms of when we were covering the pandemic when it first started, we were probably on the air for like 2 straight months every day or something. So it just, and then in last October, when October 7th happened, we were on the air a bunch of consecutive days. It just depends on the news event. I don't know exactly the longest we've done it, but it just depends on what news is going on. Thank you so much, Michael Bridge. Also, Jeremy, thank you, Jeremy, for your support. Jeremy and Michael Bridge, thank you. Also, thanks so much to Bill Ward from Canada. Bill, I think the live cams are legit. I mean, these are coming from major news organizations, so I think they're really showing us what's going on. Reuters is the big cameras from Reuters, and the Tel Aviv one, which I have smaller there, is from AFP. Thank you so much, Bill Ward. Also, Tomer Ginat. Tomer, I have not heard of any new airspace closures in Syria. I haven't heard of that at all. There might be places on the flight radar where planes are not flying, but that doesn't mean airspace is closed. I mean, so like there's no planes over Syria right now, but maybe generally there aren't planes that fly over Syria for, safety reasons or something. I don't know. But I'm not aware of any kind of new closures the last few days. Thanks so much, Tomer Janat, for your support. And Tim747, thanks for being a new member. Dennis Britt says, with technology, there's no secrets nor surprises anymore. I beg to differ. I mean, you can know some things, but how you interpret data can change. Russia did not think that Ukraine was going to attack in Kursk like they did. Israel did not anticipate October 7th coming with all their surveillance. So you can have data and you can see things, but sometimes it's a question of how to interpret what you see. Jared Sparks says, I barely see planes over Syria. Hang on a second here. Give me 1 second here. I gotta reach out to these people for a second. Hold on a second here. Give me guys, give me about 20 to 30 seconds here. Just hang on a second here. Almost done here. All right. I was just doing a little, we're on the air all day, and sometimes a little work stuff comes up related to the channel that I need to do. So I just needed to send an email for a minute about something I realized I had to email someone about. So thanks for your patience. All right, we're back. No, there is no live Iran feed. I don't have a live Iran feed. People ask about that. I'm not even aware that one exists, but I do not have access to one. I can only show you the things I have the rights to. I pay for the live feeds. So nobody I pay has an Iran live feed. Peter says one exists. I mean, maybe there's some somewhere, but again, I don't have access to any of them. A lot of noise. A lot of noise on this this stream tonight. Oh, I was going to mention, I forgot I was going to mention Bangladesh, because we never talked about that. I want to talk about it for a second. Cherry Coke Cola says Iran has to make a move or forever be seen as a B word. Kenneth Freeman said Iran said they would make us wait, and that's part of the punishment. Going out on a limb here, but maybe they are doing exactly what they said they were. Well, Hezbollah has said that waiting is part of the punishment, and I believe that a website affiliated with the Iranian army said something like that this was like psychological warfare or something. But at the same time, you know, if you're going to do something for deterrence, you probably want to do it not that far after the action that you're responding to. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they say took a couple extra days. I don't know that they'll take weeks to do it just because they think that Israelis are cowering in terror or something. That also could just be an excuse they make for the delay. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's really going on. I don't know that anyone knows except for the people on the inside what's really going on. Nice Cannibal thinks Iran is scared to attack. There's an interesting article in The Economist, which I really like, about Iran and talking about its military capacity. I want to read you a little of that. So here's a little analysis from The Economist, from that article. Hold on, we got to pause in the video. The video, once in a while the video, oh, you know what? I got to switch the video. Hold on. I got to just fix the video. I'm fixing the video. There's the video. There it is. So The Economist says, Iran seems bent on a response to Israel after the assassination of the Hamas leader Haniyeh in Tehran. Hold on. If Iran holds back, says The Economist, it will concede that it cannot deter Israel. Yet, as Iran weighs a direct response, it is confronting an awkward reality. Its reliance on proxy forces like Hezbollah and the Houthis was not only a way to keep conflict away from its borders, but also to mask the weakness of its conventional forces. Even if Iranian diplomats threaten an all-out war with Israel, the Iranian armed forces cannot wage one, says The Economist. Though Iran has more than 3,000 ballistic missiles in its arsenal, not all of them have the range to reach Israel. Its liquid-fueled missiles need hours to fuel and prepare for launch, time an adversary can use to target the launchers. And the liquid-fueled missiles include the EMOD used against Israel in April. Iran has also has thousands of cruise missiles and drones with the range to reach Israel, but they need hours to cover the more than 600 miles between the two countries, giving Israel ample warning. That distance also means any sort of ground offensive is out of the question. Geography matters. Iran is too far away to bring overwhelming force to bear against Israel. It says some of its proxies face a similar problem. The Houthis in Yemen are far away, and most of the missiles and drones they fired at Israel have been swatted away. Even in a new era of direct conflict with Israel, says The Economist, Iran must rely on Hezbollah, its most powerful proxy, which is right across the border in Lebanon. Yet to unleash the Lebanese militia now would carry a dual risk. It would prompt heavy Israeli bombardment and possibly an invasion of Lebanon. Israel cannot destroy Hezbollah, which has deep roots in Lebanese society, its economy and political system, but it can damage the military capabilities that Iran has spent decades building up in Hezbollah. The bigger concern, though, is that Israel might not stop at hitting Lebanon. When it bombed the port of Hodeidah in Yemen on July 28th in retaliation for the deadly Houthi drone attack, Israel was trying not only to deter the Houthis, it was also sending a message to Iran. Hodeidah, after all, is further away from Israel than most of Iran's big cities. Iranian strategists might wonder in hindsight if they erred in April. The barrage they fired at Israel did not create deterrence. Instead, it may have locked them into escalating the war yet again at a great risk to their proxies and to themselves. So, something that article points out in The Economist, that's not the whole article, but something it points out is that, first of all, that Iran is far away. So if Iran launches cruise missiles or drones, those take hours to get to Israel, which gives a lot of time for Israel or and Israel's partners to shoot them down. As for the ballistic missiles, yes, it has more than 3,000 ballistic missiles, and those I think they take like 10 minutes to get to Israel. But not all of their ballistic missiles reach Israel, and they say its liquid-fueled missiles, like the ones they used in April, need hours to fuel and prepare for launch, time an adversary can use to target the launchers. So, and then if Iran were to say, well, let's have Hezbollah launch a big strike instead of us, because Hezbollah is in Lebanon, right across the border, then there's a great risk of Israel, one, attacking Hezbollah with the U.S., Israel and the U.S. attacking Hezbollah, invading Lebanon, really weakening Hezbollah, which Iran likes to have as a threatening partner. And also, Israel could also use it as an excuse to strike strongly at Iran. So it's interesting analysis from The Economist. Elizabeth G. says, but Israel won't do a preemptive strike on the launchers, so no worries. Well, I personally don't think they will, but who knows? Maybe if they think there's enough of a threat from them, you never know. Thank you, Eric Nielsen, for your support. I appreciate Eric Nielsen. And Tim747 from Canada. Also, thanks to Trisha Northstar for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. Thank you also, very kind of you, Anonymous Nobody. Thanks for giving gift memberships to people in YouTube. That's really kind of you. And thanks, M gave 10 people gift memberships as well. Thank you, M. Really nice of you. Make sure you thank somebody if they gave you a gift membership. Thank you, M. Thank you, Yoel. Yes, we will talk about Bangladesh. We will. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Thank you, Yoel. I appreciate it. Also, Samuel DeMarco. Samuel says Iran has more advanced solid-fueled missiles they did not use in the first attack. That's what Samuel says. I am not an Iranian weapons expert. Thank you so much, Samuel DeMarco. Huckster Ryder thinks that Israel needs solid proof Iran will definitely strike for Israel's preemptive strike. Jamil Jones says Iran capable of cyber attacks. I know they're capable of them. I don't know that they would do that in this case. I have no idea. I haven't seen much about that. There's an article in Wikipedia, Cyber Warfare by Iran. It's part of Iran's soft war military strategy. It is considered an emerging military power in the field. The time is 3:08 local time, guys. 3:08 local time. Early Wednesday morning there. Remember when everyone thought the attack was going to be on Tisha B'Av? Not everyone, but a lot of people. I mean, there was a lot of reporting suggesting that the attack was imminent too, like yesterday. Who knows? HM Doppelganger says it may be during the day instead of at night. Phyllis Nefier says Iran likes having the control of when and where and how long. Let's talk a little bit about Bangladesh, because we didn't really get a chance to follow this before when it happened. I'm going to read you a little bit about Bangladesh. This was from last week, this article from AP, but it's got some summary stuff in it. What's next after protests forced Bangladesh's prime minister to quit and flee the country? Dozens of people got killed in these protests in Bangladesh. It's a very populous country, you know, Bangladesh. Has, what is it, 170 million people live there? Let's see. The population of Bangladesh is around 170 million people. AP says what began as, oh, I should show you where it is, Bangladesh too. Yeah, I'll show it on the map. It's next to India. There's India, there's Bangladesh. AP says what began as a peaceful protest by students in Bangladesh against a quota system for government jobs eventually turned up into an uprising that forced the prime minister to resign and flee the country by helicopter. How about that? And the prime minister was the prime minister for 15 years. Sheikh Hasina was the prime minister from 2009 to 2024. Now, the end to Hasina's 15 years in power came after weeks of violent unrest during which nearly 300 people died, according to local media. The government repeatedly tried to quell demonstrations they blamed on sabotage and opposition parties. The government repeatedly tried to quell demonstrations they blamed on sabotage and opposition parties with bullets, curfews, and internet outages, but these heavy-handed moves backfired, fueling outrage and further protests. Like a week ago or so, around a week ago, last week I think it was, protesters defied a military curfew to march into the capital center following a weekend of violence that left dozens of people dead. As troops pulled back and internet access was restored, tens of thousands of people began to celebrate in the streets and thousands stormed the leader's official residence. That happened about a week ago in Bangladesh. Winding Road says, see what people can do now. How did the protest start? The protests, which had drawn hundreds of thousands of people, began in July with students demonstrating against a controversial quota system that allocated government jobs. It turned violent on July 15th as student protesters clashed with security officials and pro-government activists, prompting authorities to disperse tear gas, fire rubber bullets, and to close schools and impose a curfew with a shoot-on-sight order. The internet and mobile data were also turned off. They turned off the internet. The government said nearly 150 people died last month, while local media said more than 200 were killed. Why were they protesting? At first, the demonstrations were against a quota system that set aside up to 30% of government jobs for family members of veterans who fought in Bangladesh's 1971 War of Independence against Pakistan. Protesters said the system was discriminatory and benefited supporters of Prime Minister Hasina's Awami League Party, which led the independence movement. The furor heightened the extent of economic distress in Bangladesh, where exports have fallen and foreign exchange reserves are running low. There's a lack of quality jobs for young graduates who increasingly seek the more stable and lucrative government jobs. As the violence crested, the Supreme Court ruled that the veterans quota must be cut to 5%, with 93% of jobs to be allocated on merit. The remaining 2% will be set aside for members of ethnic minorities and transgender and disabled people. The government accepted the decision and restored the internet, thinking the situation would ease, but the protests grew with new demands for investigations into the deadly crackdowns and eventually for Hasina and her cabinet to step down. That's a very brief kind of outline of some of the stuff that was going on there. See if I can find you any more summary of that. Yeah, normally we would have covered that. It's just there was so much else going on at the time. Reuters has an article about the protests in Bangladesh when they were going on, and said the protesting originally started by student groups protesting against reserved quotas in government jobs. The protests to reform the quota system paused after the Supreme Court scrapped most quotas on July 21st. Protesters then returned, demanding a public apology from the Prime Minister for the violence, restoration of internet connections, and reopening of college and university campuses and releasing of those who had been arrested. By the weekend, the demonstrations had spiraled into a campaign seeking the Prime Minister's ouster, as demonstrators demanded justice for people killed last month. The protesters blamed the Prime Minister for violence during the protests in July. The Prime Minister Hasina, former Prime Minister Hasina, her critics and rights groups accused her government of using excessive force against the protesters, a charge the government denied. Experts also attribute the unrest in Bangladesh to stagnant job growth in the private sector, making public sector jobs, government jobs with their accompanying regular wage hikes and privileges very attractive. The quotas sparked anger among students grappling with high youth unemployment, as nearly 32 million young people are out of work or education in a population of 170 million. That's a lot, 32 million. The flagging economy, once among the world's fastest growing on the back of the country's booming garment sector, has stagnated. Inflation hovers around 10%, and dollar reserves are shrinking. Anyways, that's a little bit on the protests in Bangladesh. I'm sorry we didn't get to cover it more when it happened, but again, there's been a lot going on. (3:18 a.m., guys. 3:18 a.m. Hang on a second. Faisal says, I am from Bangladesh. By the way, a little update on the fires near Athens, Greece, from Associated Press. Crews battle scattered fires in Athens suburbs, helped by calmer winds and reinforcements. They say, with strong winds that had fanned the flames on Sunday and Monday dying down overnight, the fire department said the fire no longer had any active advancing fronts, and firefighters focused on extinguishing hundreds of slow-burning areas. Dozens of homes and businesses were reported to have burned. In the northern suburbs, a major wildfire in the northern suburbs of Athens. AP says wildfires are frequent in Greece during its hot, dry summers, but authorities have said climate change is fueling bigger and more frequent blazes. In 2018, a massive fire swept through the seaside town of Mati, east of Athens, trapping people in their homes and on roads as they tried to flee in their cars. More than 100 people died, including some who drowned trying to swim away from the flames. Last year, wildfires in Greece killed more than 20 people, including 18 migrants who became trapped by flames as they trekked through a forest in northeastern Greece. Saniol Sami is watching from Bangladesh. Sylvia S. thinks it's getting way worse in Greece. Yes, the Institute for the Study of War site is temporarily down. Hopefully they get that fixed. But that site is temporarily down. What has happened in Venezuela? Basically, the Maduro government, after an election where there is ample evidence that the opposition won the election in a landslide, which is why, for example, the U.S. has said that the opposition won and recognized the opposition. But the opposition got lots of records, I believe records from most of the polling machines, which showed that their candidate had won. But basically, Maduro, I think it's very safe to call him a dictator. Dictator Maduro in Venezuela ignored the election results and just announced he won. And then the government violently cracked down on and started arresting and cracking down with violence on protesters. So that's the latest. The latest there is that the government is just refusing. The Maduro government has basically just said Maduro won. That's what's happened there. There was a story floating around yesterday, I think in the Wall Street Journal, saying that like the U.S. was like taking a long shot and trying to negotiate with Maduro, basically trying to negotiate with him to get him to leave office while offering him like amnesty from criminal charges. see if I can find something about that. But yeah, I mean, that's basically what's happened. It was really difficult. It was really difficult to watch that election when we were covering the election, to see it. It's difficult to see afterwards. Yeah, so here's a little something about Maduro. The U.S. denied that it offered Maduro amnesty since election. So Reuters said that the Wall Street Journal had reported on Sunday that the U.S. is in secret talks to get Maduro to step down. The Biden administration publicly said they have not made an offer of amnesty to Venezuelan President Maduro to shield him from criminal prosecution in the U.S. in exchange for giving up power. By the way, the other thing about Venezuelan elections is, in theory, everything is very well documented. The machines produce a paper summary of what each voting machine produces, a summary of what the votes were. And also, I believe each machine for every vote should print out a piece of paper which says how the person voted. So, in theory, the election should be completely transparent and not hard to check in Venezuela, but the Venezuelan government still hasn't produced records showing that they won, which should be very easy to produce. Also, the way they do the system, it's all done on these electronic voting machines with paper backup. So you should be able to know right away after the polls close who won, and they waited like 6 hours to say anything. And then they've been claiming that, I believe they've been claiming that because of a cyber attack or a hack from North Macedonia, that's what's kept them from producing public records of the voting machines. We actually have, people don't realize this, according to Dustin Volz of the Wall Street Journal posted about this today, but I believe well over 90% of election machines in the U.S. produce paper backups. Yeah, Dustin Volz of the Wall Street Journal today said, and he covers cyber crime and intelligence. He says over 95% of the ballots cast in the 2024 election will have a paper record in the U.S. Anyway, so there's an enormous amount of evidence that what Maduro did is basically just ignore that he lost the election in a landslide and just is staying in power by brute force. And look, you could have more people fleeing Venezuela. Under Maduro, a quarter of Venezuelans, a quarter of the country has fled the country. Jason says, I worked the polls back in 2012. A little ticket comes up when the person finishes voting. You're saying that in Venezuela? But I believe, again, the system this year is that it produces a paper receipt for each vote, and also a paper summary at the end as well. It is 3:28. It is interesting that Blinken canceled his trip. He was supposed to go tonight to the Middle East, and he canceled it. Well, he postponed it. Fox News says Blinken postpones Middle East visit over security concerns, anticipated Iranian retaliation. That was according to Axios. Northtown says, how bad will the bombing be? We don't know how Iran and Hezbollah will retaliate. We do not know. Andre says, I don't think Iran will attack Israel in this month. There's still 19 days left in the month, including the 13th. Jib and Jive says, how bad and how soon? No, Hezbollah has not done their big retaliation. They have launched some rockets, but they've been doing that kind of stuff since last year. Dar Wayne says they will attack if there's no ceasefire agreement. Cool Water thinks Iran is waiting on negotiations which can take forever. J Spike says, my guess is in 2 more weeks. Thanks FCH for your kind words. And Emily. It has been 2 weeks since the 2 assassinations, the one of the Hezbollah top commander and the one of the Hamas, and that was in a suburb of Beirut, and the one of the political leader of Hamas in Tehran. See, I don't know. It seems, I remember thinking this. I remember we might have even talked about it on the air. But when these negotiations on Thursday were not planned for a long time. They were planned after, they were scheduled after, as I remember it, they were scheduled after the assassinations. And I do wonder, I even think we were talking about this when we heard they got scheduled. Was this just like an excuse to try to slow down the retaliation? Like, was it giving, by scheduling these things, could you say like, oh, don't retaliate yet because we have these ceasefire discussions? And then if Iran and Hezbollah wanted to, they could be like, oh, we can't do it yet. There are these ceasefire discussions. I think we might have even talked about that idea when they were scheduled. That might be the whole idea behind it. I don't know, though. Hey, thank you, J Spike. But maybe a big reason for them was that it would slow things down. Thanks, J Spike. I appreciate your support. Zombie Powder thinks it'll start while the talks are happening. One moment here. Agricola says the militaries will prepare anyway. Thank you so much, Joseph Fiorentino. Thank you, Joseph. Joseph, for questions about the channel and anybody else, you can write to me on X. You can also write to agendafreetv@gmail.com. Either of those things. Either agendafreetv@gmail.com or you can write to me on X @Lookner. But thank you very much, Joseph. I appreciate it. Christopher Atkins thinks that Iran will not respond. That's what Christopher thinks. One moment here. What is happening? What is happening here? What is happening here? Sorry. A quick thank you also to... Hey, that's so nice of you. Wickedest Witch, so kind of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your generous support of Agenda Free TV. Wickedest Witch, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for supporting the channel. I mean, that's how the channel can exist and buy footage and stuff. So I really appreciate your support. Thank you. And look, you know, we honestly don't know what's going to happen from day to day. So, you know, I think now people are assuming, oh, well, nothing will happen till after Thursday because the talks are then. We don't know that. We don't know that at all. You just don't know. I mean, remember, these were two very provocative assassinations. Israel assassinated the top commander in Hezbollah. I believe he was one of the founders of Hezbollah. And they did it in the suburb of Beirut, which was also provocative. And I believe it was at like a residential living quarters, which was also provocative. He was a senior member of Hezbollah. He was a member of Hezbollah's founding generation. He was a senior military leader in the organization since the early 80s. For over 4 decades, says Wikipedia, he was one of the group's leading military figures and was a military advisor to its leader Hassan Nasrallah. So that was a huge deal. And then, you know, hours later, they assassinated the political head of Hamas when he was a guest of Iran. He was visiting Iran for the Iranian president's inauguration. He was in the capital of Iran, staying at Iranian government housing. And he was assassinated there, presumably by Israel. I mean, these are very provocative assassinations. So even though a couple weeks go by, I don't think that Hezbollah and Iran are just like, oh, well, I guess it wasn't so bad. That's fine. It's a huge deal. And if you're Iran and Hezbollah, you don't want Israel thinking they can just do this stuff. That's what they're thinking, I'm sure. By the way, a quick thanks to My Life Unscripted. That's so nice of you. My Life Unscripted just gave 10 people memberships in the YouTube chat. That's very nice of you. Thank you, My Life Unscripted. And thank you, Gregory Albright. Gregory says it's the best chat on the internet. Thanks, Gregory. It's very kind of you. Also, Anonymous Nobody, thank you. Who is attending the peace talks? Well, as mediators, the U.S., Egypt, and Qatar. And then I know that Israel will be. And it's possible there will be some Iranian representatives who are not in the actual meetings. And Hamas looks like it's not going to be there. But the New York Times was saying that Hamas could communicate with people who are there. Now, there may be other people there, I'm not sure, but all those groups should be there. Hey, thank you to Thomas Brendel. Thanks so much, Thomas, for your support of the channel Thomas Brendel. Thank you. Matthew Jaffe thinks Iran is in a lose-lose situation. Sisu thinks Iran has been waiting too long. Red Nex says, no way for anyone to live, waiting. I mean, it is, I'm sure it is difficult for the people in Israel. Have to wonder every day if the attack is coming. The current time is 3:46 local time. Bella says it's usually when it's least expected. Northern Outlaw says, I think they will attack during the day. It is too expected at night. Axios reports, is this Barak Ravid? Yes, Barak Ravid. They say U.S. officials told Axios that while U.S. and Israeli intelligence assessments indicate Iran has made military preparations for an attack on Israel, Iran's supreme leader has still not given a final order to attack. Is that true? I don't know. One U.S. official said there's a lot of planning but no decisions yet by Iran and Hezbollah. They say the U.S. team in Qatar for the talks on Thursday will be headed by CIA Director Bill Burns. Stubbsy thinks this will be a massive attack, the biggest one yet. Bird Beast thinks it could be weeks or even months away. Almost 4 a.m. Music Muse says the longer the wait, the more nervous I get. Nutty Meeps thinks it'll be coordinated with all of Iran's proxies. Yashem Halam says Iran said they wanted to destroy Israel and the U.S. for over 40 years and they haven't done squat yet. Now, there is a question of how much Iran might have been involved in October 7th attack. They do support Hamas. Joe Hart says, I guessed after the Olympics. I'll just stop guessing and wait. The Institute for the Study of War site still doesn't work. It's been down for a little while. Ooh. Joseph Brandis says they're going to attack when it is least expected. Matt Supowitz thinks I feel like 2 weeks after 2 weeks Iran and its proxies either are woefully unprepared or inept because they should have had a plan by now. The longer it takes, the worse it looks for Iran and its friends. Justin King says, I think Iran doesn't want to embarrass itself again. You know, some of our viewers have asked about ground operations, and we've talked about the possibility that in Iran and Hezbollah response and proxy response, they could maybe try to have some people infiltrate Israel. I was looking at this article on CSIS, Center for Strategic and International Studies, commentary by Alexander Palmer, who is with CSIS. And he says he thought that he was talking about the idea that as part of the response, Iran could push its proxies to conduct more conventional ground incursions into Israel. But what he said is, given the memories of October 7th, this would be extremely escalatory, and that if Iran wants to avoid war, it would not do this, because Israel would be especially sensitive over that. This person, Alexander Palmer for CSIS, also points out, we've talked about this, how Iran will want to do something to deter Israel, to make Israel think twice about how it treats Iran in the future and what it does to Iran in the future. But it won't want to do something so harmful to Israel that it risks causing a wider war. And Alexander Palmer of CSIS says, sending a deterrent signal while avoiding escalation will require extreme creativity. Just how do you do that? How do you, cause enough pain or damage to Israel to deter them without doing something that's going to escalate the conflict more? I don't, maybe they'll just decide to go weaker than that. I don't know. Gusifer says it could be in the form of infrastructure disruption via hacking. Zombie string, since Israel thinks Israel plans to respond no matter the response. But, when Israel responded to Iran in April, remember it was like Israel, it was like what did Israel do? How did Israel strike Iran? It was some sort of like missile strikes or something like that on some location in Iran. Israeli strikes on Iran right here. That was at 5:23 a.m. Iran time. Limited airstrikes targeting an air defense facility within Iran. There was no extensive damage to the base itself. A surface-to-air missile battery was damaged or destroyed. That was, a very measured response. Up, the king said it. The king said Iran is between a rock and a hard place. Wow. Wow. Thank you, Daniel Armistead. Daniel says, marine traffic shows hundreds of ships in the region carrying their valued cargo to wherever, just like any other evening, life goes on. Thank you, Daniel Armistead, for your support. Thank you, Matthew Jaffe. Matthew says, watch crude oil futures. Whenever they really spike, you'll know before missiles are even launched. Thank you, Matthew Jaffe. Guys, it's 4:01 a.m. It's 4:01 a.m. When the U.S. killed Soleimani, Iran launched some missiles at a U.S. base. Am I remembering that right? Yes. Yes, attempted. Isn't that? I'm remembering that right correctly? Wasn't that when it happened? When they fired missiles? I'm trying to find an article about it. Yes, where are the missile strikes here? Let's see. Oh, I got it. I found it. Operation Martyrs Soleimani. This is in Wikipedia. In January 2020, in a military operation codenamed Operation Martyrs Soleimani, Iran launched over 12 ballistic missiles at the Al-Assad Air Base in western Iraq, as well as another air base in Erbil in response to the assassination of Qasem Soleimani by U.S. drone strike. That strike was the largest ballistic missile attack ever against U.S. forces abroad. Initially, the U.S. was not willing to concede the seriousness of the attack. While it initially assessed that none of its service members were injured or killed, the Department of Defense ultimately said 110 service members had been diagnosed and treated for traumatic brain injuries, mainly concussions, from the attack. Iran reportedly informed the Iraqi government shortly beforehand. Some analysts suggested the strike was deliberately designed to avoid causing any fatalities. That was back in 2020. And just so people know, when that attack happened, when Iran launched missiles at U.S. bases in 2020, they did so around 1:30 a.m. Around 1:30 a.m. local time, they launched ballistic missiles at select Iraq bases hosting U.S. forces. Same time as April attack? Yeah, I don't know exactly when the April attack was, but it seems like around the same time. Midnight-ish, midnight 1 or something. So maybe that's a signal for when the next attack will be. I don't know. It's interesting. Several U.S. and European government officials, says Wikipedia, believe that Iran deliberately avoided inflicting casualties in their operation in order. This is in 2020, when they fired missiles at U.S. troops after Soleimani was assassinated. However, Pentagon officials said they believed the missiles were intended to kill Americans. There's a similar debate over the April attack of this year, where some people say, oh, Iran telegraphed what they were going to do, and they actually weren't trying to seriously cause damage in Israel. Whereas like Institute for the Study of War, for example, says, no, Iran really wanted the attack in April to cause serious damage in Israel, but Israel and the U.S. just did a better job shooting stuff down than Iran thought they would. El Duderino says you don't really try to miss with missiles. But, you can give the other side a heads up or something. There's various ways you can try to do it so that there's less of a chance of serious damage. Darren thinks there's no attack coming. Did you guys see a flare? Where? Where did you see a flare? A few seconds ago? Should I rewind it and see? I don't see one right now. Oh, is that a flare? We often see a light in that area. We've seen the light in that area, but I'll show you where it is. I'll show you. But that we keep seeing a light pop up there. Maybe it's a flare, but if it is, it's always in the same place. Here, look. I'll play this. Hold on. I'm gonna put up the replay. That's the replay here. That's the replay. Watch. See the light there? See that light? That happens a bunch. Right in that area. That might be a flare, but like, we've seen that happen a bunch in that area. Watch, it'll disappear. Maybe it is a flare. I don't know. There, now it disappears. So there. Our viewer Poda Janazwi says something shows up there every now and then. So again, I don't know if it's some sort of structure in the distance or just maybe they fire a flare there once in a while. I don't know. Just Shins does not think it's a flare. Human writes in and says the only thing Iran can do from their position of weakness is torment the world. A viewer wrote me 2 hours ago. And said Haifa just got bombed and is on fire. Update your swear word and stop using Israeli-friendly propaganda. Wow, thanks so much, viewer. That was a really helpful message. Thank you. I'm not going to give the person's name. Integrity Farmer Bob says, I like his willingness to help. Yeah, to be clear, just in case anybody know, that was false. Haifa was not attacked. Oh, thank you, Robin. Hey, Robin, I really appreciate that. Thank you, Robin. It's very nice of you. Thanks for the goal sticker. Yeah, that person was what that person said was false. They were just giving false information. It's 4:13, guys. So we'll do it. I'm committed. We'll stay on till it starts getting light out. We might end a little bit earlier when it's light out than we've been doing, but I'm here. We're on the air, so I'm gonna stay until it starts getting light out. We haven't had that many updates tonight. It hasn't been that eventful. You should use Press TV and Quds Network. Press TV is Iranian state media. I sometimes do talk about Iranian state media, but I'm not going to go running to Iranian state media for like accurate news coverage. Oh, left hand was joking. Okay. It can sometimes be interesting to look at what these outlets are saying, but There's one called Defa Press, which is a Iranian military-run website. So here is I want to read you a little bit from this article that I found on Defa Press, which is, again, Defa Press is a website run by the Iranian military. They have an article up called "The Upper Hand of the Armed Forces in the Face of the Threat. The Deadline for a Tough Response is Near." It says, Iranian missiles have the ability to pass through the most advanced defense systems of the U.S. and Israeli regime and have robbed the eyes of the criminal Zionists of peace. I'll post a link to this article, but again, this is Defa Press. I don't know if that link is going to work. It's kind of a big link. Maybe it worked. No, it's too long. Oh, maybe I can, hold on. I might be able to shorten the link. See if this works. Yes, I got a shorter link, sorry. If you guys want to see it. Let's see. You got to translate it, though. I'm translating the article. It's in what is it, Farsi? So this article in Defa Press, which is a government military publication there, it says the consecutive defeats of Israel in the Battle of Gaza have led the Israeli criminals to assassinate the leaders and commanders of the resistance front. And in their latest criminal act, they assassinated Ismail Haniyeh, the head of the political office of Hamas, who was to attend the inauguration ceremony of the new Iranian president. He had traveled to Tehran and was martyred in a terrorist act. After this terrorist act, says Defa Press, the issue of Iran's retaliatory attack against the criminal Israeli regime was once again raised in the media and in various circles. And in this regard, the supreme leader of the Islamic Revolution said in a message, the Israeli regime is a criminal and terrorist. With this action, we have prepared the ground for a harsh punishment for ourselves, and we consider it our duty to seek the blood of him who was martyred in the Islamic Republic of Iran. Let's see here. What else do they say? They say there is no doubt that this crime of the Israeli regime will face a harsh and painful response from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Now, they also say, considering the Israeli regime is in confusion and internal and external crisis and has been stuck in the Gaza swamp for several months, the best opportunity for the resistance front to seriously enter the occupied territories has arisen. In this regard, they say the necessary coordination has been done with the axis of resistance in order to give a strong slap to the Israeli occupiers. They say Iranian missiles are very up to date with terms of range, maneuverability, destructive power, accuracy, and speed. And in this regard, we can mention the ballistic missile Khorramshahr 4 and the hypersonic Fatah. Iranian missiles, they say, have the ability to pass through the most advanced anti-ballistic defense systems of the U.S. and Israel. Considering that the terrorist and criminal Israeli regime has crossed our red lines and has committed many crimes in the occupied territories, we will definitely soon witness a hard and strong slap from the resistance front against Israel. This is from Defa Press, which is a Iranian military-run website. They say the brave and courageous fighters of the resistance front will give a regretful and destructive response to the executioner and child-killing Israeli regime. Wow. That is an article from today. That's an article from today. So, that's, again, I'm just reading you an article from today from Defa Press. So, they are fighting words. They are saying that they're going to respond. Yeah, so the Institute for the Study of War says Defa Press is run by the armed forces there. I'll post a link. I'll post the link again. You can translate it and see it for yourself. But it is interesting. It's an Iranian government website. It says publication date is the 13th of August. That's what it says. Now, they might not do it, but they're certainly talking as if they're going to do it. Yeah, one of our viewers, Deep Fried Swifty, says fake news. Anyways, I'll post a link to, again, if you want to look at it, I'll post the link. Again, you're going to have to translate it. You'll have to find a translator. But I think it's interesting to look at, just to see what they're saying. It's interesting that they specifically talk about the missile, that the claim that the missiles can evade the Israeli and U.S. anti-missile technology. So one of the two missiles they mentioned by name in that article is this one right here, the Fatah-1 missile. They talk about in that article the Fatah hypersonic missile. And Wikipedia says the Fatah-1 is an Iranian hypersonic medium-range ballistic missile developed by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and unveiled in 2023. It is Iran's first hypersonic ballistic missile. According to Iran, its high maneuverability and speed helps it to evade missile defense systems. Now, are they going to actually use this? Will they use this in the response? Maybe they would prefer not to use it and then just have it as a threat or something. It's an alleged hypersonic medium-range ballistic missile. A hypersonic weapon is a weapon capable of traveling at hypersonic speed defined as 5 to 25 times the speed of sound, or 1 to 5 miles per second, says Wikipedia. Light Engine says they only have one of them? I don't know about that. I have no idea. So the article talked about that one, and then the other one the article mentioned in Defa Press was the ballistic missile Khorramshahr 4. Here it is. This is it right here on Wikipedia. The Khorramshahr is a medium-range ballistic missile that was tested by Iran in 2017. Has a range between 1,000 and 2,000 kilometers. Due to its heavy payload, it has potential to carry nuclear warheads. Iran is not believed to have nuclear weapons. The Khorramshahr 4, the Khorramshahr 4, which is the other missile that was mentioned in that article, was unveiled on May 25th of last year. See? The Karamshar 4 was unveiled on May 25th of last year. Has a more advanced engine, blah, 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 blah. So it's very interesting that in that article in DEFA Press that I was just reading to you, which is Armed Forces Run website, that with that article from today, which says that they're going to have a strong response to Israel and that they have these missiles that can evade U.S. and Israeli anti-missile technology. The two specific missiles they mention are the Karamshar 4 and the hypersonic Fatah. And I think both of those were unveiled last year. Now, are they going to use any of them? I don't know. Yashim says an article from the Revolutionary Guard says that Tel Aviv and Haifa will be razed to the ground. I haven't seen that article, so I don't know. And I don't think that's going to happen, but anyways, it's interesting. Hey, thanks, Marcus Peterson. Marcus thinks Iran is scared. Thank you, the Speedrun Spartan, for your support. Thanks for shouting out the moderators. Really appreciate all of our moderators. Thank you, mods, for being in the chat rooms. Linda Belkin, Larry, and Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, McBritches, Sarah, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, Charlotte Webb, Ronald Egnor, Paul Anderson, Valerie Gale Griffin, Raven Lynn, thank you. Skynet thinks Iran is a paper tiger. Is a paper tiger. That's what Skynet. Is it Skynet who said that? Stone Cold Dime says, as technology advances, all of the countries that can will have missiles that evade anti-missile technology. Buck Tasty says, we shall soon see, I guess, or not. Tough to Snuff says, why does Iran not block foreign countries from visiting their sites? I bet they want foreign countries to visit their sites. I mean, that's kind of like pro-government propaganda, that site, so they probably want as many people to see it as possible. I don't know who the intended audience of that site is. DEFA Press is spelled D-E-F-A in English. If you look it up on the, I think Institute for the Study of War spells it D-E-F-A. But it's a Persian site. Now, Light Engine says, be very wary going to Iranian sites. That one is run by the military. It is 4:31. 4:31 here, guys. Oh, DEFA means defense. Is that what it is? I mean, does it even... How do you even... I mean, it would... Is the idea that the word DEFA, but pronounced DEFA in Persian, means defense? It's Farsi, right? Hello to our viewer Salman Elahi. Mr. Fidel might try to get the USA and Israel to make them to waste interceptors. Who knows? Are they just going to try to just fire a lot of rockets and fire a lot of drones and missiles? I don't know. Hey, thanks, Mr. Lost. I appreciate it, Mr. Lost 117. Thank you. Mr. Lost thinks some of the people we hear sometimes might be watching this stream. I don't think they're watching the stream on this shot. Thanks, William Gibble. It's such a transition. It went from like at the start of yesterday, like around, noontime, there was all this reporting. Everything was like, it was all this reporting. And it was like it was about to be the Jewish holiday, and there was this real feeling of like, oh, this is the night that they're gonna respond. And now it's like people's general feeling is like, oh, they're not gonna do it before the peace talks, before the ceasefire talks. Now I don't know when whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen. I have no idea, but the vibe is so much different. Jonathan Morris thinks no one has any ideas. I Stand With Israel said people said after the Olympics. Crowded Pixel says they are not showing strength. The ceasefire talks are supposed to start on Thursday. Nick thinks they waited too long. Unterman thinks nothing will happen. Flanzy says anyone's guess right now. Hang on a moment here. One of our viewers mentioned this. I think this is going on tonight. Ilhan Omar, United States representative, a member of the Progressive Squad, faces repeat primary challenge in Minnesota. She is a sharp critic of how Israel has conducted the war in Gaza. She is trying to avoid the fate of two of her closest allies in tonight's primary election in Minnesota. She is defending her Minneapolis area 5th district seat against a repeat challenge from a more centrist liberal, Don Samuels. Omar's fellow squad member Cori Bush lost the Democratic nomination in Missouri last week. Representative Jamal Bowman of New York lost his primary in June. The only charter member not facing a primary challenge is Representative Ayanna Pressley of Massachusetts. Both Bush and Bowman faced well-funded challengers in millions of dollars in spending by the United Democracy Project, a super political action committee affiliated with the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, which appears to be sitting out Minnesota's race. But Omar isn't taking victory for granted. She spent $2.3 million before the 2022 primary. This year, she has spent about $6.2 million. Omar, says the Associated Press, came under fire from the Jamaican-born Samuels, and Omar's a Somali American. The Jamaican-born Samuels and others have criticized her for comments that were widely criticized for invoking anti-Semitic tropes and suggesting Jewish Americans had divided loyalties. This time, Samuels has criticized her condemnation of the Israeli government's handling of the Israel-Hamas war. While Omar has also criticized Hamas for attacking Israel and taking hostages, Samuels, her opponent, says she is one-sided and divisive. He has also been stressing public safety issues he focused on in 2022. Polls closed at 8 p.m. across Minnesota, but results from the Omar Samuels race were expected to take a while. I saw a post online where, I don't know if it's true, but I believe that Omar might be in an open primary, and I saw a post online encouraging some Democrats, encouraging Republicans who didn't like her to vote in the primary against her. So I don't know if that really happened much. Now, Forbes says she is widely expected to win tonight. according to an internal campaign poll. I don't know if she will. We'll see. I don't know if that's a thing. If it is an open primary, I don't know if many Republican voters would cross over just to vote against her in the Democratic primary. But let's see. I'm reading some articles about the primary, and none of them really mention crossover voting. So I don't know if it's not a big thing there or what, if it's even allowed in that primary. Hey, thanks Cuban Mario for your support. Thank you, Cuban Mario. Yes, so here, look at this. Speaking of, this is kind of off topic, but Ilhan Omar a couple days ago released a statement condemning her opponent for courting Republican voters. She said, "It is shameful that my opponent's campaign has actively courted Republicans to vote for him in the primary." Anyways. Extreme Tiger says Sky News keeps saying Hezbollah is going to attack this week. The Institute for the Study of War page is back up, by the way. Just in case you didn't know. Party Fairy, we looked at Flight Radar a little while ago. I'm not aware of anything really different or, you know, significantly abnormal on it. I haven't heard of any reporting about any kind of big abnormalities there. I mean, there's planes flying over Iran. There's planes going in and out of Tel Aviv. So again, I just rely, you know, I would rely on others who I follow to tell me if there's something abnormal going on, and I'm not aware of anything abnormal going on there. So. But there's no new, I'm not aware of any new big airspace closings or anything. It is 4:45 a.m. Israel time. I think you could, if you had a case where it was like really thought that there was an attack coming soon, and you might see like airlines turn around. I remember when the Ukraine war, when the Ukraine invasion was beginning, you could see airlines actually turn around to avoid the area. Kafi thinks Iran is all talk. Jabin J says, I think the longer they wait, the bigger the attack will be. By the way, a reminder, we've been covering on regular to cover this, but generally speaking, I don't know when I'm coming on the air. I mean, big breaking news of all types can happen at any time. There could be some other big story that happens. So I would suggest you turn on notifications. We have our own notification system. We set it up. It's free. You sign up once, and then you get sent a notification every time we go live, right before we go live. It works really good. It's really reliable. And again, it's free, and you sign up once. We do it through Discord. So if you want to sign up for the notifications, the mods can post the notifications link in the chat. And also you can find that notifications link in the description for Facebook and YouTube as well. On Facebook and YouTube description for this video. Also, at that link, if you want, you can check out, we have a free Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. A lot of our viewers like doing the Discord chat. So that's also free, and you can check that out as well. But I would suggest turning the notifications on. Who knows what other stories will happen? Or, I could be at nighttime, and it could be that I come on the air for another stream about this. If stuff actually, there could be stuff that happens outside the regular stream for this, or I do an extra stream. Robert says, at this point, will there even be an attack? I mean, I think so, because Hezbollah and Iran have repeatedly said they would. Ruth says, lots to do on the Discord. Thanks, Matt, for recommending the channel. Matt Watkins. Somebody said they people. I was going to say somebody said they wanted a poll, but people always want polls. We'll do one more poll. Do a simple question, a simple yes or no question. Will there be an attack this week sometime? Simple question. Over there on YouTube, here is what people say. 57% say yes this week. 44% say no. And a little bit different over there on Twitch right now. %35% say yes and 65% say no. You guys disagree. Sometimes they agree, sometimes they disagree. By the way, I appreciate our Twitch subscribers. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers like Lil Pinkus and Wall Street and Shaggy and Rocky Coast, Hot Rodacy, Sarah, I Got That Fire, Integrity Farmer Bob, Crunchy Raccoon, FB Outlands, TCHNR. Did I say Integrity Farmer Bob? All of our subscribers, thank you. On Twitch. And our Facebook subscribers, such as Charlotte Webb. No, Charlotte Webb's our moderator. But Kay Lowry Body's our subscriber. Leanne Ticknor, Eve Richards, Billy Joe Drage, Lou Green, Michael Clayton, Bryant Utpatel, Robert Rial II. Let's see. Jane Summers, thanks to our Facebook subscribers. And our YouTube members. We'll thank our YouTube members in a little bit. It's almost 5 a.m. there. Dark Goddess says there's a chance they could do it in early morning when they don't expect it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see, whenever it happens, an attack at any time of day or night. Oh, did I miss Diane Allworth? Diane Allworth is one of our subscribers too on Facebook. By the way, also when I'm not on the air, I do post news updates on my X account, which is called @Lookner. You can follow me there for news updates when I'm not on the air, and including about this story, I'll post a link in the chat to my X account. And Agenda Free TV on X is @Agenda Free TV. I always post there when we go live, and I post scheduling updates there, programming updates, and other channel news at Agenda Free TV. The Deuterino says either Iran is afraid to do too much damage or Iran is afraid it can't do any damage. Our viewer, Bamagator, thinks all of this will de-escalate. I don't think the top screen is stuck. People last night kept saying the top screen was stuck when it wasn't stuck. People kept saying it last night. And it wasn't stuck. The tough thing now is the road isn't on there. Before, you could use the road and see the traffic going. Looks like the road isn't there. I can see the live feed. It is the live shot. I got to take my headphones out though, because they ran out of battery. I got to switch my headphones. Hang on a second here. Is there a light flashing on one of the buildings? I didn't even see it. I didn't even see it. Which building? I'm making it big. Oh, there's a bird. Hold on, there's a bird. We're missing a bird. There's a bird on the shot. Where's the bird? There's a bird right there. Look, breaking news. We have a bird. There's a bird on the bottom. Look there's a bird on the bottom of the shot. We got a bird on the camera. There is a bird on camera, guys. Hold on. Wow. Breaking birds. He's just hanging out on the camera. I don't think we've had that before. I haven't seen another bird there. It's a bomb? One of our viewers thinks it's a bomb. No, I don't think it's a bomb. We got a bird on the camera. Just hanging out. Hey, thanks Zero Fox for your support. Thanks also George Smith. Thanks, George. George says Minnesota is an open primary. Thanks, George. Well, the bird is still there. That's why I took our headline down, because the bird is still there. We'll let you look at the bird for a second. Meanwhile, I was going to see up here, this shot up here. I can't even see anything blinking, but again, the shot looks the exact same as on the live feed. I can see the original live shot. It looks the exact same. Clouds and everything. Well, if the bird is still there, most action all week, said one of the viewers about the bird. The bird is just sitting there. It's like I might be going to sleep or something. I really think the bird might be going to sleep. It's closing it. It looks like it's closing its eyes. Maybe it's awake now. We got activity. Oh, it's flying away. That's it. Well, that was good. We got to see the bird. We got to see the bird. Is the bird a spy from Iran? Says Simon says. Uh-oh. Did we lose Facebook? I got to restart the Facebook stream. I got to restart the Facebook stream because Facebook, after 8 hours, it automatically ends. So I got to restart the Facebook stream. Give me a moment here. I'm going to restart Facebook. It is 5:04. It's going to start getting light soon, by the way. It's going to start getting light soon. Who knows what kind of reporting we'll hear about the peace talks and everything? Who knows? You never know. You never know what you're going to hear next. Are there still American hostages in Gaza? That I don't know. Chaotic Chicken says, thought Iran would have done something by now. Yes, as of June 6th, there's an article from American Jewish Committee that says there are 8 American hostages still held by Hamas. I will post a link to that article in the chat. But American Jewish Committee in June said there were 8 American hostages still held by Hamas. I don't know if that's changed at all, but I just posted the link. Oh, thank you I really appreciate that. Thank you, Linda Woodard. Thank you, Linda Woodard, for the gift membership. That's really nice of you. And thanks so much, Walter Beasley. Very nice of you, Walter Beasley. Really appreciate the support, Walter. Thank you. You know what, I'm briefly going to show you, I have a different shot of Tel Aviv here. I have a different shot of Tel Aviv, which I'll show you right here. That is Tel Aviv right there. There's you're looking at 2 different Tel Aviv shots. That one I don't think has sound on it. Anyways, figured I'd show you that too. It's kind of a brighter shot. Yeah, there's a Haifa one. I can throw the Haifa one up on. I'll have to get rid of the Tel Aviv one. Hang on. Now this, we got to refresh this. Hang on. Why is this not playing? We're having an issue with the... Is there an issue with the with that shot? Hold on. All right, that's Haifa right there. That's a live shot of Haifa there. Why this one is having an issue, I don't know. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Let's try this. That's good. So now we have Haifa on the top. Yeah, this one up here is Haifa. Haifa is about 20 miles north of, about 20 miles south of the Lebanon border. That's Haifa. Hitman Freeloader thinks Iran can't do a thing they have kept too long. Cami Judas is very quiet. Facebook is messed up? Why is Facebook messed up? What's going on over on Facebook? Facebook seems like it's always messed up. What's happening on Facebook? Oh, it's starting to get light on this shot too. Yeah, Justin Gorham asked like, what happens if the attack doesn't happen soon? I mean, I just have to kind of feel it out. I mean, if there's a decent chance there's going to be an attack and we're not covering something else, I'll cover it. So, it's not. I don't go on the air with the plan I go on the air on a certain day because I think there might be a decent chance of something happening that day. So it doesn't matter how many days we've been on the air before. What matters is that day. So if it got to the point where there seemed like evidence where there was really not a good chance of something happening on a particular day, then I wouldn't bother going on the air. So you really just have to feel it out day to day, It's a day-to-day thing. As to what I'll do if this is still going on and the Democratic convention comes up, I mean, we'll have to just kind of play it by ear each day. Thank you, Justin, for watching the channel and also sharing it with your family, I guess you could say. Thank you. Thanks, Trillion. Yeah, we've been talking about other stuff on the air as some stuff comes up. I mean, if there's something happens and it's big enough, we'll just do a stream on something else, Just depends on what happens. There could be something that happens 15 minutes after I get off the air, you know, so. Crypto Fusion thinks it's not happening. Hey, thank you, Child of God, for the gift memberships. Child of God 74. It's very nice of you. Starting to hear some birds. The bird is back. I'm sorry, guys. There is a bird on the camera. There is a bird on the camera again in the lower right corner. In the lower right corner, there is a bird. The bird we saw before, you can kind of see it preening itself. It's there. Its head sticking out. Barely. Still there. Maybe it'll make a nest there and just constantly be there. Let me give a shout out to our YouTube members. I really appreciate our YouTube members. So let me shout out some of them. Michael Garcia, Chad Byford, Robert Lass, Serge Deb, Alexis, and Barry, thank you for being members. Micro Cap Tigers, Marin Gobra, Medallion, Brenda Starr, Barry, Alicia Alexander, Donna Smith, Sherry Riddle, Catch 22, David Gray, Music Muse, TML, H. Parsons, Gears and Gadgets, Krista Barisi, thanks for being YouTube members. Turnt Off, Marin Gobra, Peppermint Patty, Satrak, Brandy Castagnos, John Herzog, Darky7, Walfam, Stephen Verbit, Randy J, Reiki B, Big Sky, Wee Wow Here, Who Drank My Beer, Blessed Light, Child of God 74, John Pemberton, Jaybird, thanks for being YouTube members, John Herzog, Ghoul King, Just Me, John Holt, Sarah Simply Crochet and More, Paul Callahan Fowler, Phoebe Kelly McAllen, Angie G. Darky7, Sivlap, Albert Freites, Zinkman, Shlomi Sella, John Carlos, Marissa Pugliese, all of our YouTube members, Viral Dogs, Kelly McAllen, Jaybird, then just to show you a sec, this big one here, that is Haifa there. Can actually do this. Hey, thanks, Will Christie. So nice of you, Will Christie. I appreciate that. So it is now August 14th in Israel. Thank you also, Just Me, for the membership. Thank you, Just Me. Yeah, some of our viewers are mentioning the results in the Minnesota House primary that Ilhan Omar is running in. So I can't really read into those results myself because I don't know the different areas that are reporting and not reporting, and which areas are better for Omar and which would be better for her opponent. So I can't really. Let's see here. Nathaniel Rakich says so Nathaniel Rakich, who knows what he's talking about, he is with 538. He says Anoka County is reporting in the Minnesota primary, and it's only 5% of the total vote, but it's a good sign for Ilhan Omar. She lost Anoka to Samuels by 9% in 2022, and this year she's winning by 3%. So that's a positive sign for her, because she beat him in 2022. So if there's a county, if there's a county she lost to him by in 2022, and now she's winning it, that's a good sign for her. Big shout out for our moderators for being here tonight again. Thank you so much, mods. Jessica S., Ruth Krafasi. Can't thank the mods enough. That they are the reason that we can even be on the air. And not be on the air, but well, not the reason we've been there, but the reason we can be on the air with chat rooms. The channel would be a completely different channel without the chat. It's an essential part of the channel. So be a very, very different channel without the chat. So that's just thanks to the mods that we can have the chat rooms. So I really appreciate it. They're always here. Over there on Facebook, Charlotte Webb has been there, and Ronald Egnor, Paul Anderson, Valerie, Gail Griffin, Raven Lynn. I Got That Fire, Sarah, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, all of our other Twitch mods, Linda Belk and Larry on X. Tim Schindler is going to the Middle East Thursday morning. Stay safe, Tim. Ghost of Putin said, we would not behave without the mods. Uneven Donkey says, beautiful sunrise. That is in Haifa. Reiki B says, lovely watching the sunrise together with everyone. Wish it was under different circumstances. Oh, you know what though? I should make sure. I think the audio is from the Lebanon border shot. Let me. So yeah, I'm sorry. When I switched the shots, I didn't switch the audio. So I don't even know if I have audio from the. Let me see if I have audio from the Haifa shot. I don't hear much from there. Let's see. No, I don't think the Haifa shot actually has audio in it. So I'll put the audio on from the other shot, but just be warned that the audio is from the small shot, not the big shot. Craig P. says, I don't think anything will happen in the daylight. You never know. I mean, we'll have to just see. Again, if something happens while I'm off the air, if it's a big thing, I'll come back on the air and do another stream, you know? When I come on the air, I can't tell what's going to happen with this story, so you just don't know. I'm interested to see what the reporting says, what the new reporting says about what might happen. I know, like 9 days ago, not even last Sunday, the Sunday before last Sunday, last week on Sunday, I remember there was reporting saying like that, claiming that Anthony Blinken was telling other country representatives it was going to be between 24 and 48 hours. That was like on August 4th or something. Thanks Sabin Nation for being here. Donna Smith says, who knows what Iran is going to do or when? JP Sarin says, experts have been dead wrong on timing. There's just been all kinds of reports all over the place. And, you know, Jack's Animal says another great sunrise shot. Thank you, Donna Smith, for the gift membership, by the way. Harmonic says no response in next 6 months. I have never been to the Middle East. I would really like to go to the Middle East, but I have never been. But I definitely would like to go. Yes, as Tandra mentioned, we mentioned that before, there were some projectiles fired at a Syrian base with U.S. troops at it, but they did not hit the base. Reuters reported that earlier. Ruth would also like to go to the Middle East. I'm sure a bunch of our viewers would like to go or have been there. Thank you for your comments. Killa34, I have it. Nicholas Macedon recommends Macedonia. Basically, any country I haven't been to, I'd like to go to. Another quick reminder for those who are watching on YouTube, if you subscribe on YouTube and you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, which is a nice extra notification source to have, on YouTube you got to do this thing where you click this bell and then choose all notifications. So if you subscribe on YouTube, make sure you do that. Gregory says he's been all over the world. I did a trip in April. I was in Paris, basically for I have a personal channel, which I do when the news isn't so busy. And I went in April, and we did a lot of live streaming from Paris. I just walked around and did a bunch of streams there. So maybe we'll do that again sometime. That channel is, I'll show you. That channel is called Lookner on YouTube and Looknerd with a D on Twitch. You can see, if you go to outdoors, there's a bunch of Paris streams right in here. So I'd like to do that again at some point, go somewhere and stream from there. Chucky's Chicklet is visiting Norway. That would be fun to visit as well. Hey, thanks to, I got behind on Twitch. Jen Junkie subscribed on Twitch. I appreciate that, Jen. And also, JDread3800 gave out a sub on Twitch. Thank you, JDread. Sorry for the delay, and thanking you. Guys, it's getting close to that time. It is getting close to that time where I wrap up the stream. It's getting very close. Why is Iran waiting so long? There's all kinds of reasons. Maybe they are still planning what to do and they disagree. Maybe they planned on what to do, but it's something that requires a lot of coordination, a lot of equipment to be moved around and that kind of thing. Maybe they really do want to wait a few extra days for these talks, these ceasefire talks, so they're not seen as interfering with them. Maybe they hope something happens positive with the ceasefire talks, which lets them get away with doing less of a response. There's all kinds of reasons it could be. And the one thing I can tell you is I don't know. I do not know. So there's all kinds of possibilities here. Maybe they like waiting, maybe they know what they want to do, but they want to make Israel wait a few days. Maybe they know what they want to do, but they think if they wait a while, somehow Israel will be less prepared. I don't know if that's legitimate, if that's reasonable to think about. Some of our viewers said maybe they want to prepare for some kind of response to them that might happen once they do what they're going to do. And they want to make sure they're prepared for a response to that. So there's lots of different options it could be. Wicked says, Israel is always prepared. Well, I mean, just to be clear, they weren't, October 7th surprised them. So, but I don't think waiting a few extra days is going to cause Israel to not be vigilant or something in this case. But again, shout out to, I really appreciate you guys tuning in. And being in the chat and also sending me updates and letting me read your comments and asking questions on the air, so I appreciate that. Thanks again to everybody who donated. That's so nice of you guys. You were the ones who allowed this channel to exist and to buy footage and stuff, so huge thanks for your support of the channel. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv, but again, big thanks to you. Shout out again to our moderators. They are awesome. Ruth Krafasi and Havasumam, all the mods I thanked earlier, Linda Belk, Larry, Sabrina, Jessica, on YouTube, on Twitch, I Got That Fire, Mark, Sarah, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, and Charlotte Webb, Raven Lynn, Valerie Gill Griffin, Paul Anderson, Ronald Egnor over there on Facebook, thanks. And yeah, again, a reminder, turn on notifications. We have those notifications, turn those on. And subscribe and follow the channel. But if you turn on the sign up for the notifications, it's free. We do through Discord, they're really reliable. The mods can post the link to the notifications in the chat. You can find those in the video description on Facebook and YouTube as well. And I will post updates on my X account, which is @Lookner, when I am not on the air. All right, I think it's time, guys. I think it is time. Another day. We have made it another day with no retaliation by Hezbollah or Iran. We'll see what is coming up. So thanks again to all of you for watching. Thanks to all of our viewers. Everybody I thanked earlier. Also people like Hectate, David Willis, Marty Swanson, Michelle Batten. Hey, when I was thanking our Facebook subscribers, I missed Susan Priest Buchner. Thanks for subscribing as well. All our Twitch viewers, our YouTube viewers, thank you. And thank you, George, for your support. That's very kind of you, George, from somewhere in Europe. Thank you, George. I appreciate that. All right, guys. I'm going to wrap up the stream. We'll have more coverage to come. If there's other big news events, we'll cover it too. So definitely more news coverage soon. Oh, thank you, Donna Smith, for the gift membership to Oklahoma. Oklahoma got a gift membership from Donna Smith. And we will be covering more news. And that is it now. 1927 Ethos, thanks for watching. Cavitate, thanks for watching, or Twitch, and others. All right, guys. Wrapping up this stream, thank you for joining us. We will see you with more live breaking news coverage soon here on Agenda Free TV.